Happy Saturday, folks. Go for it painting. First one in. How goes it, man? You working on something this morning? If you are, what are you working on? Go for it painting. Well, it's time for me to go for it. As I like to say, sometimes you get into analysis paralysis. Instead of just start going and paint your way out. I've been doing this for almost 40 years, really close to 40 years. Really the only the last 25 worth a damn. The internet really sped up the whole process of getting better and better from other people's ideas. And internet's a lot of bad things, but it's a lot of good things for the hobby. Bad things for society, good things for the hobby. So we got some things that we need to shore up and finish up. And it doesn't involve the Japanese tag. Oh, so sorry. We'll get to her in a second. Shortly. We got these Japanese troops. I get sidetracked. I got my Japanese troops out here. I really like them. This guy's even got a bugle. What's a bugle sound like in Japanese? Is it the same? All right, so we got these KVs that we glued on here, and we have a little bit of the white showing. So I'm going to take some of the base color and paint it, fill that in, so when we put the grass, we don't have an issue there with that. Okay, and for that we're going to use this is way too big, but this should be fine for putting some chocolate brown on here. And even though I do have to go back and fix some of the stuff that I do, like this is an example of it, it is a hell of a lot quicker and more efficient than to glue this thing on first and then try to goop afterwards. You're just going to miss a ton of stuff. Just getting a little bit of water here to thin it down. The water should be fine just to get it underneath there. And we're going to go ahead and make sure we got a clean edge to paint up against. There's something I was going to bring up today, and I don't remember what the hell it is. Should keep a notepad with me at all time. It obviously was not an end of the world prophecy or something like that, but there's something like, I'm going to bring that up in the show. I forgot what it was. That's it. Not a whole lot of touch-up that needs to be done on them. I need more of that stuff. I think we got this in the wrong place. There we go. This is the basing that I have to use, or I've chosen to use, once I run out of that base material for work. And I still have some. The problem is this vehicle is too lengthy for it to fit on, you know, the black ones from work. So this is the white plastic stock from Evergreen. And it works pretty well. I wish it wasn't white, I wish it was black. Just because if there's any pop throughs or whatever, they don't stand out as much. Same reason I base in black, not base in white or light gray or any of the other myriad of colors. Oh, myriad! There's the word we're going to use today. Words you know, but you just don't normally use in your vocabulary on a day-to-day basis. And I've always said, you know, if you enjoy priming in white, I'm not here to convert you. This isn't, I'm not on some crusade. You do you. Hey, maybe you'll see something on here that you don't mind trying yourself. That's cool. Or you don't, or maybe I'll show you how to not do something. I've learned how to not do things from other people. Like, man, you really struggle with that. We're not going to do that. Hey, none of us are perfect. We're all on the same journey of trying to get better every time we do this. Hopefully. I haven't quite decided to make the edge of these vehicles black. I don't know if I'm going to go down that route. I think that might just be a little too much. I like it on the figures, but I don't know that I want to do it on the vehicles. We'll see. We'll burn that bridge when we get there. Now here's the part where it's showing on the side. Almost done. I think this is the last one. Okay. What else can we do with this color? Nothing, I guess. See if my paper towels are still over here or they get confiscated by the confiscator. No, I didn't know which one it was. Well, it's time to take these things out. I'm really disciplined about a lot of things. Taking brushes out of water isn't one of them. Hey, it keeps me from being perfect. I can't be good at everything. They're not expensive brushes. If they were expensive brushes, yeah, you better believe I wouldn't be buying them. I've seen expensive brushes and people, say that if they're this and they're that and they're the other thing, and well, for me, they're not available locally. There's no good brushes available locally. So unless I go to a war game show, and I don't know if they've got any good brushes that are at the local war game show in Orlando. Not that that's really local, but that would be the equivalent one. But Historicon, I'm not buying a $20 brush. I mean, I'm worth it and all, but that's just too stressful. You get one and it starts behaving badly. Brush is behaving badly. Let's, is this empty? Ish. Let's do this. I'm waiting for that to dry. Let's fix some of these brushes. How about we do that? Take some hand sanitizer. Take one of these. This is one I use to dry brush green. Mainly get that paint out from in between the bristles so it keeps working. But this is just some value pack from Michael's or something like that. That's the only place I can find brushes locally. Is like a Michael's or a Walmart or Hobby Lobby or one of those. That's it. That's all we got. We used to have an art supply store that was really cool. And I used to buy stuff there, but man, they closed probably around year 2000, 99, something like that. They probably had good quality brushes. Yep. I don't know how much I can use as hand sanitizer before it starts losing its strength, but we're about to find out. Because I'm going to use it again without applying more of it. I was really amazed when it worked on paint that had been dried for years. I said, oh, well, you could just use rubbing alcohol. Well, you can, but it doesn't come in a gel form, which means it's all over the place. Yeah, it's almost good as new. It's like, it's spooky. It's spooky how good that works. Hugh Carroll, welcome. Good morning, young Tony. All right, asshole. I'm older than you are. Well, you get one of my pet peeves at work, among many, is you'll encounter somebody that looks like shit, but is maybe 5 to 10 years older than me. And they'll come up to say, okay, young man, I'm 50 fucking 2, you know? Just because you look like shit and you have a drinking problem doesn't make me a young man. Young Master Tony, oh yes. Oh man. You're feeling and looking something years these days. Damn heart, say something else. I can't even say anything in there. I could say, because I could just type what and then hit enter and then it would bump it up one and then I'd be able to read what you wrote. Am I looking young or just everybody else is looking old? I'm thinking everybody's looking old. You guys living double lives and running around with multiple girlfriends and drinking with people after work. Heart bump. Look into years these days. Yeah. I'm still young. I'm still looking like in my prime. I could still be catching them hot 20-year-olds. There's I can't imagine being in the dating scene these days. These young people are from another fucking planet. And I'm sure it's the same in the UK. I know it's the same in the UK. All Americans are dumb. Yeah, I think people all over the world are dumb. I've caught clips of your Essex people. No, those people are everywhere. Well, I guess 0 is a multiple of some number. I failed my mathematicals. I'm good at math, as long as it's not abstract math. Abstract math is just made for people that teach math to have something to do. That quadratic formula is the work of the devil. We went to the freaking moon, supposedly. No, I'm not a conspiracy person. But, and didn't use a quadratic formula. I like math. Math makes sense. If math doesn't make sense, That's no math. There could be madness, but there's got to be method. I remember when I was in high school and I started taking chemistry and started doing a little rings on how many ions everything has and the table of elements. I'm like, oh, I kind of like this. And then they introduced these abstract formulas that don't mean anything to me, molality, normality. I'm like, fuck this. I'm like, I'm out. I don't like this. I don't like these formulas that don't make any sense. And also didn't have good teachers. You have a good teacher, you can pretty much do anything. You have a teacher that you can hit it off with, and I've had two that come to mind that they could have taught me everything, anything. That their teaching style just freaking works. Two. One in college, one in high school. I actually looked up the college guy. I was going to stop by and say, hey, remember me? Yeah. There's nobody that liked you more than me. And then walk away. Of course, in this day and age, that probably would be a bad sign. Like, man, he's stalking me. No, you just made a profound impact on me. I don't know if you made a profound impact on me, but you're the reason I hate all my other teachers, because you're so awesome. Oh, man. And he might not have been fun at parties. I don't care. That guy could teach. Okay, you commie bastards. Are you dried now? Ish. No. No. All right. Well, we have a T26 here that has been had the wash done to it. We need to go spray these two guys. I'm not going to go do that right now. But here's the other additional turret. It came with these three options where you can take the 45 millimeter gun or the flamethrower. It actually comes with like a bottom plate that goes on it. So I'm like, I'm not going to glue these things down. I mean, I could do something like, see, what's not very invasive? Something like this. No, that's not very helpful. It's too thick. Anyways, just glue. It's not like these are going to be like rough handling, you know. And you can put the flamethrower turret on there, or the one actually that I find more useful is the machine gun turret, which was one of the first versions of it. Unfortunately, this plastic is pretty brittle. You can already tell where that may end up breaking, but I may have to replace those machine guns at some later date. But the only one that gave you an option with the turret being open, that's not true. This one had the option of being open. I was going to say the flamethrower one. If there's a vehicle you want to keep buttoned up, it's a flamethrower. Unless you're going to get a facial. You picked up a big Forged in Battle order, partially on your praises of their minis. Uh-oh. And man, I'm glad I got them. Oh, you're welcome. 8 packs of Vikings, about as many of Ruslav and Asiatic horsemen. You know, the thing about Forged in Battle is they do a really good job sculpting some of the figures of armies that I would call unexciting. It's easy to get excited about Romans or Byzantines or Normans or anybody who has any kind of like panache, creativity you could put on them on their shields, or maybe there's a lot of information on them. But if you're doing something like Mongols or Huns or those Slavs, people that are just like, man, there's nothing exciting about those guys. It's just a bunch of auxilia or whatever. Forged in Battle do a really good job of making the figures look really interesting. The Huns, and the style of them is almost like Games Workshop-ish, for lack of a better word. I love the style that they're done in. So I can't say enough stuff about them, enough good things about them, other than I don't know how the World War II stuff is, but they're ancients that came out, ancients and medievals that came out recently, in the last 10 years or maybe even less than that. I think really highly of any of them that I bought. Great customer service too. They rang me to let me know how and when they would be sent out. A slow day at the people that still behave old school wise, or they don't have enough on their plate. Hopefully it's the first one. I hate to see people that do a good job go out of business while other slack jaws are still around. Don't you hate that? Some restaurant will close and it's like, why did this place close? It was great. And then some other places, they're always open and it's a piece of crap. There's a place down the road here in this little country town. I just live in the town that I've always worked in. So it's like, even though it's like and it's not like I live on a dirt road or anything. I mean, it's a regular neighborhood. It's a regular American neighborhood. I don't know what the hell that means, but I should say, I don't know if you know what that means, but this little country town has this restaurant that is always packed. And for starters, I don't know how things are in the UK, but here in the US, they allow, I don't know how, they allow restaurants with carpet in them. It could be indoor, outdoor carpet or whatever, but carpet, like, why would you put carpet in a restaurant? Like, if food spill, you're never going to get it out. They smell funny. Anyways, and it just goes downhill from there. It's just, the food's no good. They have a thing here in the South called grits. You're probably not a fan of them, but I'm not a fan of that black pudding stuff you guys eat either. But anyhow, it's, they can't make grits right. And for a place in the South to fuck up grits is like, unfathomable. And not like I eat them all the time, but that's just kind of like a staple, World War II are good. The vehicles are in resin, but have molded on bases. Ooh, I bet some people don't like that. They ran because it was a large order. They just like to keep customer informed when they spend big. Hey, big spender. Oh, man. That's good. So speaking of old school, I'm thinking, I don't know if I can do it because that's like a crazy ass day, but on Tuesday, I may actually go back to the first model meeting I've been in 30 years? 25 years for sure. It's more than 25 years. Somewhere between 25 and 30 years. When I used to work at a hobby store, we used to close, after we closed on Tuesday nights, one day a month. We would have these people that would come in, we would have, what we call the model meeting, and they'd come in and, no, it wasn't runaway models. Although in this town you could probably do that. Or in the old town you could probably do that. Come in and talk about what you've been working on and stuff like that. And I noticed that they shut down for COVID. You couldn't do anything within COVID, hide in the ground. And they weren't meeting. So I reached out to them on their Facebook page. And they said, yeah, we're still meeting. We're meeting at this library at a local high school. So I may go on Tuesday, but next week is just nuts. I may have to skip a month. But we'll see, because I wouldn't mind talking models with some doing models now. But a lot of these places turn into everybody talking about their stuff, and everybody's talking about what they do, and nobody really does the same stuff. Like, I'll guarantee I'm the only person that does tanks in 1/72nd scale there. Guaranteed. It's just not that popular. Lots of people do aircraft at 1/72nd scale, but, so we'll see if that works out. Just be something else to do social. And it's not on the worst night of the week, which would be Monday for me. Monday is the worst night of the week for me. It's busy as shit on Monday. And really, Fridays are really busy too because we got a lot of stuff happening on Mondays. But a lot of projects, for some reason, don't want delivery on Monday. It's almost like, oh, well, we got to see who shows up for work. You don't want to plan something and then, there's a lot of people in this industry, in the construction type of industry, that they pay them weekly. And for some reason, I'd never heard of this before until I started working in it. And for some reason, they have employees that don't show up on Monday. And why don't they show up on Monday? Well, they got paid on Friday. I'm like, and it just doesn't make any sense to me, But you're dealing with a different group of folks, So they frequently don't want to do anything on Monday because of that. And then we got another group of people that they're not available to do anything on Fridays because they work 4 10s. 4 10-hour days. Must be nice. What is this, France? Or France, I think, was fighting over a 35-hour work week or something like that. Must be nice. But I was saying earlier, there was something I was going to mention to you guys, and I forgot what it was. So it wasn't like, life-changing or anything. It's like, I'll mention this when I go on Saturday morning. But I don't know what the hell that was. Okay, now let's try to stay on top of this. Let's pull this brush out. And we'll spray these on later on our next airbrush session. That way we can interchange those as need be. You said it rang. They called your home line? I haven't had a home line in, wow, probably close to 10 years. It's just basically like, oh, you're having a phone line so people that want to sell you things you don't want can call you. Because I screen every call. Every call gets screened. Every call on my cell phone, every call at work. If it's a legitimate call, I call them right back. You know, I'm just tired of these advertisers that won't take no for an answer. They're bugging you. They call at the worst time, and then they're pushy. And then they get upset when, you know, I'm not allowed to tell them, fuck you. Okay, well, I'm not picking up the phone. And man, there are some insistent people. There'll be some people that have called me probably, I don't know, 20 times, have never gotten a hold of me, and they just keep trying to call. It's like, your head and the wall, enjoy, you know? Where is the U.S. field drive? This one, you're dead now. You're dead to me. I keep those things longer than I should. I've squeezed the crap out of it. This is U.S. field drabs, one of the colors I use the most because of the basing. But I use my phone the least for making phone calls. That's what I use it for the least. I use it the most for surfing. It's a lot easier to surf on your phone than on a computer. Seems like it. Okay. All right, and then we'll do the same thing with Iraqi sand, which is the top tone. That's what I should call it, top tone. Might be able to drop some thinner into that dead field drab and make it wash or glaze. Nah, not worth my time. I'm good. I only use, the only ones that I'm using as a glaze are the pre-made ones. It's just I don't have to worry about them separating as much. And honestly, I probably would have never even used it had it not been for that one guy that I saw his videos on how to paint tanks, and I liked how they turned out, and that's why I've been doing it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have occurred to me. I have a Firefly that I painted a long time ago, before I got into DBA, and I painted it the same way I do my figures with layering, and it took forever. And I wanted to get the right color shade for the British olive drab. So I went and I ordered one pot of Humbrol in enamel. And I proceeded to paint all this entire Firefly, and give it, light and everything. It's got no washes on it, so it looks great, but it doesn't have like a dirty undertone. So that's the only reason that I do this wash thing, is because of whoever was doing the video. I want to say it's the Sledgehammer guy. Because I watched a lot of videos before I started doing vehicles, because I was afraid of wasting my time and being unhappy with it, because, even though, this was 2 years ago, I was an experienced painter. I wanted to be happy right off the bat. I wanted to know what I was getting into. So that's why I like those YouTube videos. Is like, you see, go to the end. I like how that turns out. How'd that guy get there? And I've tinkered with the method a little bit. I don't know anybody who dry brushes the main color. I figured, well, that's a good way to get a free pin wash out of the whole thing. And hey, it makes the method kind of mine, but I don't mind giving people credit when the credit's due. I mean, hopefully he's not a communist or something like that, but hey, it's still his idea, There's other folks with some really good ideas. It's funny. One of the guys that I follow, I say follow, but I don't really look at his videos because I don't have time to watch videos. I just make my own kind of thing. One of the 1/35th scale modelers that makes tanks look better than a real tank. Was gonna paint. I saw a video where he was gonna paint his first figure, and he was like, "I don't know what I'm gonna do," and I'm like, "Dude, I've painted thousands of figures. It's a piece of cake." It's a piece of cake. I don't know how to paint a face. I'm like, faces are fun. Faces are fun. It brings the figure to life. There we go. So we're just going to patch this up. So we'll put our happy grass there. It'll look like there's an even surface distribution on there. It's a lot easier than gluing the thing down. Wouldn't it be quicker not to put it on a base? It would. And it would also be more difficult to transport these things. I might have had some vehicles damaged in the move. Actually, I did have 2 vehicles damaged in the move, but I think it was due to vibration. Because it was things that were super glued on that fell off like a gun barrel. Nothing really got damaged unrepairably. It just got loose. And it was because I used everybody's favorite friend, super glue. I'm not a super glue fan. It's way too brittle. But I transported, I don't know, about 100 vehicles or so. And I think they're both Panzer IIs, actually. But it's a Panzer II problem. They don't make them like they used to. They don't make them like they used to. All right, well, we know how we're going to do the basing on these guys because we've done it a million frickin' times. So that's probably what we should do next. And then we can get these guys can skedaddle back to fight some fascists, as the Russians like to call them. I'd say the Nazis are much worse than fascists. Because fascists didn't round up a bunch of Jews. For all of their faults, they did not round up a bunch of Jews. Okay. Man, it looks a lot better when you get them off some... See, that's why I don't like all this... People that throw paint and stuff all over here. It just distracts from what's going on here, All right, we need a container that when we go and sprinkle that stuff on, we don't make a massive mess. Just a small mess, not a massive one. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to vacate this these here. All right, let's get this. There's live paint on here. Get out of here. All right, and the tool. And lay glue. As you guys, whatever the hell you guys call this stuff. PVA, polyvinyl acrylate. Assembled in USA. What the hell does that mean? It means this shit comes from China and they just put it together here. Anyways, that's... This extra strong formula is kind of strange. It looks like it's not blended well, but it works just fine. All right, we're going to get... There's a live paint there. Let's use a little card. A little card should work just fine. That one is not there. It's down here. It's the one I use the most. It was there. Nope. It's a different color. I got a 6-pack of these things from Scenic Express way back when. And I only seemed to like to use one color. It's this one. I was just going to put some more in there. I guess it can wait. I don't have enough space for them to fit all in my container of the things. And then right here it is. Yeah, I got this stuff about year 2000, and I still have some left. So this is a good value. This is a good value. Now, I hope to do some more airbrushing this weekend. We got, who did we paint up? Who did we base? The Hummel. The Hummel's definitely going to need to be airbrushed. The problem with AK paints is if you end up using AK paints, they're great, but they don't cover really well when you paint them by hand. So when I paint the base color on them, on top of the black, it works better to airbrush it. Then do the wash. Then I can still do my dry brushing on top of that. But that first initial paint color, I want to airbrush it so that you get some kind of a covering on it, because otherwise you're not going to be able to get the wash to attach to anything. Here's a Panzer IV H that I airbrushed on top of the black. Now it has a surface to be able for the brown wash to attach to. This is actually a beautiful model. This Revell of Germany. And I did the same thing with this Observation Mark III from MMS. So this, you can wash it, and then you can come back and do all the other fun stuff with it. Got a bunch of Panzer yellow stuff to do, but the Germans need to chillax for a while. You know, they need people to... I know people that'll paint German this and German that and German the other thing and another German thing. And, you know, the German stuff is cool and it's wicked looking and everything, but, you know, they need somebody else to fight them, you know. I really enjoy doing the Soviets, you know, because, they're just boring. Man, if you decide to make them boring, you know, I think they look, and that's without adding extra like tarps and stuff. And I just didn't go that route because I didn't want to get bogged down in the minutia and not get stuff done. I'm going to take a picture of this. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Let's take a picture of this. And the lighting isn't perfect in here. And I'm a terrible picture taker. I really am. And I don't care. I can't spend an infinite number of time on everything. But you saw my painting method. It's pretty damn simple. It is. I think it is. And it's pretty damn easy. At least for me it is. Now look at the bolts on this. I've done none of this oil washes, you know. I mean, I could spend a lot more time on this thing, but look how good this turret came out. And it's relatively a simple operation that I'm doing. Let's see. There we go. Look at those bolts on that thing. And you've seen when I do it. It's pretty simple. You know? It just kind of does itself. I think it turns out really well. So, I don't know, maybe it helps that I'm painting these with my contacts out for the most part. So I'm getting in there and enjoying all those little details that I'm putting on it. But it's pretty easy to do. You just gotta, you can't just like, I dry brush to one color. Why does it look like crap? Because you only have one level, dude. You gotta have like multiple levels. That's why having the black, and then dry brushing on top of the black, and then give it the black brown wash, and then dry brush on top of that. Then lighten up the dry brush, add the scratches on there. You know, then dry brush the colors that come from the base of the vehicle, from the groundwork. You know, all those. You know, by the time you look at it, you got 8 or 9 different levels of color, and it kind of just, you know, it comes to life. You know. Okay, so let's get a brush that has been violated before, like this one, and we will go and put spots where we would like to maybe hide something. And if there isn't anything, we'll just in random places. So this is where the grass is going to go. I'm looking for my tweezers. Good golly. Well, here's the ones I don't like to use, but I'll use them. put them away. That's why I couldn't find them. They're not out here. We'll do all the grass first, and then we'll come back and we'll do the bushes. Well, actually, that wasn't that helpful. It sounded like it was going to be helpful, but it wasn't. All right, we need to... Let's take this off of our hands. Somehow I have paint on here. It makes me think, oh my God, it's live paint. I'm going to transfer it onto my tank, and then I got to do refurb stuff just from a common error. So I wanted to go visit Mitch a couple weeks ago on a Monday just to see what was going on. And unfortunately, after I stopped going, so did a whole bunch of other people. You know, I'm just not going on Mondays because it's really inconvenient for me. It's literally the worst night it could be. Sunday night would be pretty bad too. Sunday night would be pretty bad too, but just pretty much any other night would be an improvement. Friday night would be bad because I'm burned out, but at least I don't have to work the next day. So, but anyways, I could have played. I didn't play. They were playing something. They're playing something I'm not opposed to playing. Just didn't feel like it. Just sat around and shot the shit. How's Mitch doing? I don't know. He's wanting to say maybe we could do another filming or whatever over there so you guys could see his feet. I said I get why people are interested in feet. I don't know why anybody would be interested in his feet. I'd come over there and we can do it where we talk about World War II or stuff. You know, since that's what I'm doing right now. He's still trying to keep the DBA spirit going, but, you know, the problem is that him and the other guy that's supposedly taking it over, they don't post anything online. I was posting everywhere, everything, and still couldn't get the thing to grow. So, you're not going to get it to grow. And now we've got a lot of the local people. And by local, I mean in our biannual convention. Now they're running Art de la Guerre. So, I mean, I don't think I'm going to leave World War II again. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to leave. I'm just enjoying the hell out of this too much. You know, there's too many people on Facebook that I kind of have I don't think bond is the right word, but a camaraderie about World War II that I really didn't interact with anymore. And they're creators. I mean, they paint stuff and make things, you know, so... And it's always been my first love is World War II. So, and there's just so much stuff available. You know, I haven't even touched aircraft. This is my first Japanese vehicle. You know, I actually got a hankering to read about the Pacific War. Yeah, I'm not doing island hopping stuff. That's stupid. Okay, but I watched one of these. So I watched this, and they make this for Europe. And it's actually really interesting, but it says World War II in the Pacific day by day. They do one on the Eastern Front where they have all the divisions and how the pockets form, and that stuff's really cool. Just to kind of give you kind of an understanding of okay, what did this look like at a certain time of the year? So I watched one in the Pacific, and it didn't specifically say units, but it had like numbers of people on the front lines and stuff like that. So the numbers would constantly be changing, and it was like basically 1 day per second kind of thing. And I didn't know that New Guinea was contested until the end of the war. I mean, I thought it got liberated in early 44. I just assumed it was, not that it was still, divided land. Same thing with Burma and stuff like that. The age of DBA may finally be over. Well, if you're happy playing with it, a lot of people are nomadic, right? They're going to play something and then they're going to disappear a while. Don't do it. Don't do what you want to do based on those people. Those people are going to, you can't count on them. They're always looking for the latest and greatest. You're never going to be happy. Do what you want to do, Like, my priority, it really isn't gaming this. It's a shit ton of work for me to game this, and I'm telling you, work is getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. Just this week, worse every day. Like my workload, like I'm just like burnt out. Like I don't want to do any more work. So this isn't work. This is just doing stuff. This is like an alternative to drinking. Like I said this week, just this week, I said it's a miracle I'm not an alcoholic. I don't even drink, really. So, I've got zero motivation to bust my ass to try to figure out how to play a game for potentially the benefit of other people to play in. I'm just overworked. I'm burned out. I'm burned out on trying to figure things out. Brain power. And I've never even done drugs. Maybe that's the problem. No, the problem is everybody's doing drugs except me, and I got to deal with fixing their shit. That's the problem. And when they legalize marijuana in this state, it's going to be a shit show. I may need to move states. We need more people giving a crap in this country, not less. Your Viking and Slav Rus project is partially to revive the old royal armies of Hyboria rules. Only for give me a heart bump. Only for a blank games at my club. Yeah, do what you want to do for yourself, and if other people want to play that, that's cool, But when people ask you to do something, they're just creating more work for you. And it's fine if they're applying kind by showing up, but if they don't, it's really demoralizing. So we need like a massive recession for me to be able to get into that. And I don't think that's coming anytime soon. People keep talking about it, but I think the only break I'm going to get is in hopefully less than 20 years, not have to work there anymore. And then we can do whatever you want. Hey, I'll still look young. I may be, my brain might be like, suitable for blowing spit bubbles, and that's about it. But I had to do something this week at work that used every bit of my intelligence to do, just to being able to organize. One of those things that's like not really difficult, but you have to kind of like, okay, well, if this is this, then this is this, and if this was this, then we need to backtrack and, just kind of stuff to walk our way through. It's like, man, I don't want to do that kind of stuff on my free time. Because the problem isn't doing that stuff. The problem is you're trying to do that while you're being interrupted by all kinds of other shit. It's the interruptions that are the problem. The interruptions are basically, borderline making me go insane. So like this, there's no interruptions doing this, Unless it's my own created interruption, like, okay, I'd really like to pee because I'm uncomfortable. It's not like I can't hold it, I'm not that old, but, I don't like to do anything with a full bladder. It's just distracting. So let me take a bathroom break, I'll be right back kind of thing. So... Okay. So we got the grass done on that. Let's get this the hell out of here. Where the hell is Nordic these days? Twitter started advertising plump Asian women for me nonstop. He'd be like a pig in a muck on there. Oh man, plump Asian women. Just make sure you're the designated driver. Oh! All right. I can't wait to. You know how much fun I'd have playing freaking the Pacific stuff with making Japanese sounds and stuff like that? And I love Japanese stuff. I mean, like I said, I couldn't dream of driving a vehicle that wasn't Japanese. I just don't even know I just don't even know what that's like. But I make fun of everything. And will continue to do so. I don't know what the hell happened around 2008. 2006, 2008. It was about the time of the surge. Everybody turned into a pussy about not being able to make fun of stuff and just getting along. Well, I will not comply. I'm not interested in that. That's like pretending to be something else. That's when they started putting these ideas of us hating each other. I saw an article. I've been having trouble sleeping lately. I've been waking up at like 2 o'clock in the morning and staying up for like 15 minutes and going back to sleep. And I saw this article the other day. I think it was either yesterday or the day before that really pissed me off. And I won't get into it because I don't really want to talk about that kind of stuff. But it was an article that was in, and there's probably in all the different news media. But this one was in England. Or the UK. You know how I do. I say England and it might actually be Scotland. And it was about something that was happening in Florida. It was some social commentary about something related to something that was instigating race division here in Florida. And I'm looking at it and my first reaction is, they're not telling you the whole picture. And people are getting wound up about it. And it's like, I'm tired of the freaking media making us want to hate each other. If we ever have a civil war, I hope we go after the media first. Because they're the ones that are at fault. I don't care where my freaking neighbor is from. As long as they behave decently. I don't care what they believe in. If they behave decently towards me, I don't give a shit what color their skin is, or where they're from. But the media getting these ideas that, so-and-so's this type of a person, and you're this type of a person, so you guys should be natural enemies, and these are the guys people are out to get you. I'm tired of that. I don't fall for that crap. So I almost did something I don't normally do, which is go off and on a Facebook rant. I don't do that. But you guys are being manipulated. You're being manipulated by the media they're not telling you the whole story. They're like, I can either tell it like this, or we can turn it this way to get more people to look at our story. And if it divides people and causes a civil war and people get, are at each other's throat, we don't care. We got better ratings. They're evil. They're evil. And I mean every media. Left wing, right wing, one's in the middle. I don't even listen to the news. I'm so tired of it. So, luckily I don't think about that stuff a whole much. But it was like right on my first page, like, you want to get a reaction out of me? And of course, everybody that can comment on that kind of an article, everybody has an opinion and they're an expert on it and everything. So, you want us to hurt each other? We will, but we're going to hang all of you guys first for giving us ideas. I like them apples. Okay. 4 vehicles. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Slingshot magazine radicalized me against people that like, oh no, heart bump, that like what systems? That sounds like a good. I mean, if we could just talk about it reasonably, we're all, almost all of us are more alike than we are different. You know, we're really united about how, we're more united about how we were brought up more than what color our skin is. You know, that doesn't matter. You don't get to pick who your mama is, and you don't get to pick what color your skin is. You know, it just is what it is. You just got to deal with it. I dislike a lot of white people. You know, let's see. What other colors do we need? Oh, we need these bushy thingies. Nope, not that one. I got too many of these. I got too many of these things in here. This one. Slingshot Magazine radicalized me against people that like point systems. Yeah. Well, the point system is a whole Warhammer stuff. And I dislike people. I dislike Warhammer players, wait for it, and Magic the Gathering players. And it's not because it's a point system or that you're trying to min-max stuff. Because if everybody's doing it and you admit that you're doing it, it's not a problem. Just like if you do something cheesy in DBA. Like, oh, this is cheesy. Well, it's cheesy when your opponent does it, but when you do it, somehow it's intelligent. That's dishonorable crap. That's like, let's go to the parking lot. We're going to solve this with broadswords. Like, no. That's dishonorable stuff. So, you know, I don't want to play a game where you have to deal with that kind of stuff. You know, it's just easier like, okay, well, we need to change the rules. So we all agree that it's cheesy and you shouldn't be able to do it, that kind of stuff. But if you're stuck if you're stuck in some kind of a system where you have to play it this way, and everybody knows it's cheesy, hey, and be honorable and admit that it's cheesy, and you try to use it to your benefit when it's, you know, when it benefits you. Everybody's trying to do that kind of stuff. But the point system, what it does is, and this has never been the case that I've been doing wargaming, is people that'll be like, okay, I'm going to play Flames of War, and I'm going to play the SS elite guys that only have to buy like 2 tanks or whatever. So everybody's trying to build like these elite units, so they don't have to pay. They don't have to spend a lot of money. Yeah, you know, they may be outnumbered 10-1, but you know, they have all these super troops, and you know, and what's worse than that is like, let's say you're collecting like, you know, Germans on the Eastern Front. You like, it's a point system, so I don't do Russians, so you're basically not seeing things from all sides, and I just think that that's just not me. That's never been me. That's never been like Magic the Gathering. I only play blue. I don't play white, or, you know, I don't know what the hell those things are, but I just thought of 2 colors, blue and white. I don't get people that only play like, here's this tiny little viewpoint, and that's the only little viewpoint that I play, you know? You go and play a game like, you know, Diablo. I only play the monk. Well, you don't know what the other characters are like. Maybe you'll like them more. I don't have time. I play everything from every viewpoint. It just gives you whatever war game. I don't play the French. You know, well, why not? I mean, you know, just mix it up. You know? For a more top-end question, in World War II, how often were individual AFVs, tanks, attached infantry platoons, companies? Was that common from what I've read? That's one reason that makes the Germans really interesting, because the Germans they bit off more than they could chew. Good thing, right? And so they had to do all these ad hoc little Kampfgruppen all the time. So it just depends in scope. You're going to encounter, I think it happened pretty frequently. I think it probably, you know, it depends on the scope of the campaign. If you're talking about, say, like a landing at Tarawa or something like that, where everybody's coming off the beaches, you know, unless your scope of the game is really, really small, like this one, where you're only looking at a little 50 yard by 50 yard type. I'm sorry, 50 meters by 50 meters. I don't really like yards. Area that only one tank decides to stumble across. So it's in the activity. The bigger the front, the more likely that is to happen. That's why I think that's one of the advantages of Russia. That's what makes Russia so big. Is it's like, okay, there's stuff the front is massive, and you're going to encounter different things. You're going to encounter places where there's no tanks. You're going to encounter places where it's only tanks, and you're going to encounter stuff where they're intermixed, and it just depends on what scope you're wanting to do. You'll read articles that'll say that the Sherman tank's a piece of crap, or some people are like, well, it isn't because anytime they showed up, there was 10 Shermans to one Panther or whatever. It just depends on where. It just depends on what tiny little snapshot you're trying to. You're not going to be able to create all of World War II on the battlefield. So it's like, what exactly do you want to focus on? You could do Stalingrad with no vehicles. You could do Stalingrad with like the 14th Panzer? I forget which one it is. That 14th Panzer's there, and you've got multiple tanks. Like, what the hell are tanks doing in Stalingrad? It just depends on what little snapshot you decide to see of. So that's what I like about the skirmish system, because it's just a snapshot. It's a little vignette. It's you go and you see a little snapshot of maybe a little scenario. You're a big fan of narrative gaming. That's what I like. I don't care to ever play this game. And I'm not saying I don't want to roll dice. I always enjoy rolling dice. But I want to see a story develop that's not make-believe. So it's like a historical fiction story that here are the players, here's the scenario, let's see what happens. Oh, that guy threw a grenade, and he wanted to throw it in the hatch, but didn't. It actually bounced out, and somebody was getting ready to jump in there and hit them instead. So it wasn't even, that kind of foolishness and the snowball effect of chaos that happens is what I want to see. Instead of like DBA, we're like, okay, you roll dice. Well, this is probably what happened. Here, you literally see exactly what happens. You hate competitions. I still have never had a bad experience with competitions. I still have not had one. They make you concentrate on the rules, not the experience. Yeah. Played a War Master tournament once, never again. The players play the rules, not in the spirit of the game. Yeah. Never play with people you don't mind losing against. If you're playing with assholes, and it's like, and the worst thing is like, and I know one person in particular that's this way. When you beat him, you're a cheater. When he beats you, you suck. It's like, you can't win with people like that. Those people are they're miserable. They're just absolutely miserable all the fucking time. And I'm sorry, I'm miserable at work. I'm not willing to bring that into my hobby. Fuck you, you don't get to ruin my hobby. I get paid to be miserable. I'm certainly not going to do it for free. Just like arguing. I don't want to argue with people. My favorite color is green. Well, mine's red. Why can't we get along? I'm not on a crusade. So, I don't play DBA. I don't have anything against people that do. Continue doing it. This is why you should put your things that are wet or live somewhere else. So we got some Elmers on the back of the glasses. Put these things away. Go away. Bugger off. Reading Battle Group by James Lucas gives some good description actions. Frustratingly few maps. I know. The people that were in a war really didn't write things for those of us that are, that want all that level of detail. So you just kind of have to make educated guesses. Which I don't mind. Let me put that away. And that's exactly what I need. Let me put it in a different location. It's a good thing my area is relatively neat, or it could be fraught with all kinds of issues. All right, so we're going to put one of these up here at the front. See, I was toying with the idea to read. I actually watched a couple of videos on the Pacific War. I just don't have time to watch videos. You know, I'm either at work or I'm doing this. Or I'm video gaming, which I don't do a ton of, but it's just something to do on the side. And I can do it for about an hour, and then I'm like, I'm done. You know, I don't want to do that more than that. You got nothing to show for it. Go and try to beat up on something, and he's like, oh, this guy's really difficult. Kills me a couple times. All right, I'm done. Let's go back to painting. I don't know how I was able to do it for hours when I was younger. I guess you just realize that that's just something else that creates frustration. It's like these people that play video games. The game's too easy. I said, well, maybe you need to get a job and get out of your mom's fucking basement. Why'd you say mom's basement? Because they don't know who their dad is. And there's the problem. Go get a job, man boy. There's a couple of things I don't want to do, you know, on my free time. Like anything remotely reminds me of work, I'm not interested in doing. I don't want to be rushed. I don't want to be interrupted. Oh, the game's not done in 4 hours. I don't care. You know, we'll leave it for the next day. Play a longer game. Good morning, Marcus. A bit late, sir. Hopefully you already made breakfast. You had to make breakfast earlier or something. As much as my wife would want me to make breakfast, she doesn't want me to make breakfast. I'm much better at painting. I'm not a cook. I sub that out. Like people sub out their painting? No. I sub out cooking. I lived alone 11 years, never cooked, never went hungry. And yes, I was skinnier, but that's because I had a metabolism. And I don't know where the hell it went to. But it no longer work here. Yep, I'm in the clear. Freedom! And maybe you enjoy cooking. I think I'd be good at it. Because I enjoy a bunch of different flavors. I just don't enjoy something that I create that would be consumed. Like, just imagine, like, okay, you made these beautiful tanks. Okay, they're gone. No tank. You know, I don't get it. I don't get it. Delicious tank. You living with a monster that eats tanks. What? my daughter recently did I don't know exactly how it went down, but the college she goes to was asking for donations to of art that they could sell for as a fundraiser, and she painted something for them with watercolors, with ink and watercolors, and that's her thing, you know. And you know, I'm like, I just can't imagine donating something. But then it took her 30 minutes. So yeah, if I did something and it took me 30 minutes and it looks pretty cool, yeah, I'd do that, you know. But like, I can't donate my shit. I mean, I need to have it around at least the few years I got left on this earth, so I can, you know, potentially maybe play a game with them. But yeah, it just depends on how much of a lasting effort it is. And it's totally not something I would paint, but it's pretty cool. And it's not abstract. So, as long as it's not abstract, I'm okay with it. I want to take, I really should be doing, you know, painting, like on a canvas, because it's really freaking easy. It's not super easy, but I have more than a clue. And there's a photograph that we took in Canada that was at night that I need to turn into that. Hold on one second. And I actually have it as my screensaver. Let me see if I can pull it up here. I really would like to turn this into something to put in the house. I think it'd be really easy, super easy to do. Man, where is it? I guess I've taken a lot of pictures since I've come back from Canada. Let me see if I can add another. How do I do this? Okay. I can't find a picture. I think my wife actually took it. I saw something like, take a picture of this. Because we were at night, right? And I mean, it was like 9 o'clock at night. And that's what it looked like, man. That would be really easy to freaking turn into a painting. But I'd like to do another couple of backgrounds. I need a new desert one for when we get the 813 up and running, which should be glued down now. Did we do last T? No, we got one more, two. We got two more to do, and then we'll do the A13. We'll do the grass on the A13. The shrubbery. There's no grass. Shrubbery. I always try to make food presentation good, but it does go fast. Yeah, maybe that's why you like this hobby. It lasts. It's true. You don't have to go back and redo it. You know, it's therapy. Like I said, it keeps me from being an alcoholic. I probably still wouldn't be an alcoholic, but it's nice to talk about it. I don't remember the last time I had a drink. Okay. We'll put one there. We'll put one there. Let's not put one on that side, just to be different. Let's just put those two. Sometimes you need to mix it up to things don't look so consistent. Get in there. I've never had one of these fall off yet. So I guess whatever I'm doing has been good enough. put one here, about to get crushed. And then we'll have to get my desert troops out there and find out what plants I used for the desert. I think I know what I used. So we'll go to the model meeting on Tuesday, if I can get out of work at a decent time. And maybe I'll go back, or maybe I'll be like, man, these guys aren't having any fun. These guys are bringing me down. Because I don't have a problem with nerdy folks. I think everybody's nerdy to some degree or another. I just don't like nerdy folks that aren't having fun. You know, low energy, like people that act like they're, you know, deceased. I don't dislike old people. I've been around old people most of my life. Most of my gaming, I've been around game people that are like 10 to 15 years older than me. That's not the problem. Just don't act like you're freaking on your deathbed. Have some fun. Play with energy. You play serious. Play with energy. All right. 7 folks. Okay, let's get out my desert folks that I like, how the basing looked. Wherever the hell they might be. Did I leave them out here? I might have. Nope. I put them back. That's unfortunate. I gotta find out where the hell I put them back in. I don't have any of my 15s out on display right now. I have them in these cake pans. You know, they're all like if I'm going to go to a convention with them. Okay, these Amorites. I didn't realize I actually used that much green in them. I like how they look. So we're just going to use tufts. Maybe we'll mix it up a little bit. Maybe we'll use some tufts we haven't used before. Let's get this out of the way before we create an issue. I'm going to, let's put the KVs away. Let's put the KVs away and let's see, can I get, this is the whole reason I got this thing. See if I can get away with doing this. I got this mount for the laptop. And see, KVs, we're gonna put them here where the other heavy tanks are. We got a T-35 in here, 2 T-28s, an a JSU 152, a KV-1, a KV-2. Let's put the KV-2 over here. KV-1, another KV-1. Two more KV-2s. Well, they're extra turrets for them as well, so. And where's the extra turrets for them? A couple of extra KV-1 turrets. Got plenty more room. What, I have about 100 more vehicles to do that I still own. Reading a report, and a Soviet brigade's recon force was 1 platoon of T-34s and 1 SMG platoon. Seems really under strength. Yeah, and that's a full strength. That's a full strength. Yeah, oh, we can put the half track back too. Yeah, the Americans have grown a lot. I remember this is a game where you may have two vehicles on a side. I'm just painting a shitload of vehicles. Oh, look at modelers. Modelers don't use any of their stuff in a game. You know? They keep on going models. Okay. All right. So I think for my Byzantines, I actually took these shrubs. No, I have two desert armies. I have those guys, the Amorites. It's the other guys. It's the that are more desert-like. That's why I found them so fast. That wasn't the ones I used. It's the carriage guys. They're the ones that use it different. I got like 12 of those trays. Here's my modern Africa guys. This was the base color that I was using for the Japanese. These guys right here. That's the same base color I was using for the Japanese. It almost looks like a little clay-like. Okay. But that's not what we're looking for. These are not the troops you're looking for. That's not them either. Probably be quicker just to pull them out online. The pictures I took of them. Because I want to say I used the lowland tufts and took the tufts off. But now I don't remember. Painted so many things since then. Oh, and I still got 4 trays unused. So I had to move all my vehicles and all my infantry over here from the other house. What is this German half-track hiding in there? He's not out in my display case. It's a crappy model, but it deserves to be shot up. Here's this thing. This is Animal Killer. Yeah, we'll pull this thing out. We'll work on that thing soon. That's already got the base color, right? That's already got the wash on it. Animal Killer. Zverboy. I believe that's what it's called. SU-152, baby. Boomba. Okay, they're right here under my freaking nose. All right, let's see how we did the carriage guys. Yeah, this is the arid look I was looking for. So this is lowland tufts. With some of the tough things ripped off of them. And I kind of wanted that look for that. It's not exactly the same base color because it just so happens the base color on it is the same base color that the tank is. So to avoid it from looking completely drab. All right, so maybe we could work some of those in there. It's basically these guys with the tufts out. But let's see if I've got something that's specific desert related. Have read Tank Rider by Evgeny Bezanov. Good background for gaming. Is it worth reading? Is it full of Soviet propaganda? Okay, we have these wasteland tufts. That's a possibility. I haven't used those. Also have those. We can use a mixed of them. What's this, the winter ones? Winter tufts. There's not going to be a whole lot, but just in there. And then we have some, I don't know that I need to have any. I'll already have these out. Which one of these is? I'm seeing dry grass from Leadbear. From Australia Stam. Okay. I think between all of that, you get some pretty good variety for Le Desert. Any of you guys Matilda experts? I'm too lazy to look it up. But S Model makes, I need some Matilda 2s. And S Model makes some, but they're supposedly the version that went to the Soviet Union. Like, what's the difference? If it's just like rivets and details and shit like that, then I don't care. I'll get the S Model ones. But we need some Matildas. We need a handful of them. And I think I'm going to get the S Model ones because, man, the Italeri / Eschi model is a pain in the ass with all those little road wheels to build. And then they're expensive. They're like $25 for one, not including shipping. Like, I don't want that. All right, let me get right back. I need to get a Coke. I need to ditch this. This is coffee from yesterday that I picked up last night. I'll be right back. I think that book is available on Audible. And by Soviet propaganda, like everything was hunky-dory and we were all singing Kumbaya and the Germans came and everything went to hell. No, Stalinist Russia was a shit show before. Okay, I know what I need to do. I need to come in here with the top color, which is not dark sand. It is the pale sand. I could stand getting another one of those because mine's super, super watery. Super, super watery. Not ice yellow. It almost looks like ice yellow. It's this one. Pale sand. So if that memoir was written in Stalinist Russia, it probably paints him to be, oh, everything's just great. I have a pretty low tolerance to reading stuff that I know is manipulative. You know, like, I remember reading Stuka Pilot. I wouldn't read that shit now. Milk drinking Nazi. Now, there's not going to be any static grass on this. It's just going to be a few tufts here and there. I was really comfortable painting the unit of service markings on this. I think it turned out well enough to make me happy. I didn't have to spend money getting something shipped to me. You saw Comrade Stalin gunning down 10 fascists with a Pepe Shah in the Stalingrad front lines. True story. The silly vodka addict, 13 years old. I saw Comrade Stalin in the front lines, mowing people down, myself. I saw him with my own 2 teeth. Ben, do you speak Russian, or can you read Russian? I want to say like you do. I don't mean anything bad by it. I mean, I wish I could read it, you know? Because I've got that KV. I don't know what the hell I wrote on it. I know it's not a pro-Stalin thing. I'm fine with things being pro-motherland. I get it, you know? But pro-Stalin, I'm not doing any pro-Stalin. I'm not doing any pro-Hitler shit either, you know? Okay. Do we want a little bit of green? It's not bad. If I do some of that, I'm not going to do them all that way. What color is this supposed to be? Light brown? This is almost better for winter. And yes, I'll get to winter eventually. And I hope I don't love it. I'm afraid I will. Okay, we can use those too, which we've used a fair number of. I don't know what the hell I used them on, but I used them on something. This almost seems like it ought to be better in the winter too. Yep, you've been relegated to winter duties. And this one is called winter. Now these are almost exactly the same. I think we're good with those two. That way we have a little bit of green to it. It's a tiny little bit of green. All right, and let's put this back. Put one there, we're going to put another one there, and we're going to put another one here. Who knows, maybe I'll like these bases the best of all of them. One can hope. I don't want to do things and they look like crap. All right. These things are super sticky. They almost don't even need white glue. Yeah, it looks good. That looks good. Of course, I don't really know because I got my head all up in it. It's when I like to say, I'm put my glasses on so I can see. We'll put one there. We'll leave a space here. We'll put another one here. And then we'll put one here towards the front. And then we'll put one here towards the back. All right. And we've got lots of space there. So let's use one that normally would not be able to fit in the side. And just like when you're dry brushing, don't dry brush and just use one color. If you're going to put tufts, don't use one tuft. You know, it's a little too, I think, limiting. I could use a bigger one with that. There we go. Where's this one that we lifted from back there? All right, where's the turret of this? That's better than buying the S model one and then the conversion kit. It's like $30 for one tank, when you can just buy all of it for about $16. Yeah, but the only complaint I have with it is next time I do it, I'm going to paint a darker background and then put the name of it on the on the darker background. Let's see, where's my phone? Where is my phone? There it is, hidden underneath stuff. You know, I keep finding these translated documents they use to make the simulation video games for World War II. They just came out with some, I saw they were pushing something on Facebook, I think it's called Soviet Soldier or something like that. And you look at the graphics and like, yeah, this would have been great to come out with in, 1997. Not now. Like, I ain't playing that crap. It looks super, super old. I think this looks pretty darn good. So, with that in mind, let's keep rolling. The first of many. You guys deserve your own shelf. Let's get all this Soviet shit out of the way. I mean, the British Empire is one of the 10 worst. I heard it's one of the 10 worst empires in history. But we'll get these damn communist trucks the hell out of the way. At least they're not communists. The British were terrible, but at least they weren't communists. There was this, in that Call of Arms, whatever it's called, Ostfront game that I have. There's these little quotes between loading screens, and one of them is from, I've mentioned this before, one of them is from Hartmann, I believe. The German ace with 352 kills, supposedly. Top scoring ace of the Second World War. But if communists aren't people, do their kills really count? The kills that you do against things that aren't really people, do they count? Anyhow, one of the loading screens has this quote by him, supposedly attributed to him, and it goes something along the lines of, the U.S. the United States should not judge the Germans on racial issues because there was segregation here in the United States, and that's extremely ad-libbed, but it's basically the gist of it. And I'm like, go piss up a rope. You're comparing two totally different things. Not that I'm in favor of one over the other. I'm just saying that, I am in favor of one over the other, but that's just absurd. What's worse than a Nazi? A Nazi presentist. A Nazi presentist. All right, let's get these nips out of here. As much as I would love to paint them, my rules actually don't have the Japanese in them. Not that that would be an issue. We got the skills to be able to come up with weapons data and stuff like that. Have to do some special rules for bonsai charges and stuff like that, but there's enough inspiration from other games to do that. That's going to get out of the way. We're going to do two things. Two things next. Well, that's one of them. We base coated a couple things. A Panzer I and a Humber that's had a bad day. It's had a bad day because it was a model that I already picked up pre-built from somebody, and I couldn't make the turret turn. And I gotta have the turret to turn. And I really tried to cut this thing open, and I just can't. I can't do it. I can't do it without trashing it. So I damaged it enough. So I've got the wheels somewhere. But we're gonna paint this one up like it's a wreck. Well, it's not wrecked any more than this, but it's abandoned or something like that. So it can be an objective for the desert. We got a Panzer I that I think we're going to make Afrika Korps. Just to try my skills at that. Because it is kind of a new way of doing it. I'm going to paint it gray. And then I'm going to dry brush the living crap out of it in desert colors. Still with some of the gray showing. So that is at least my plan on those two. So we're going to do those two next. Is this thing glued down? No, we don't have the Hago glued down just yet. So a couple little projects to keep going on. Let's get the base color on both of these so that we are able to put the wash on them. That's going to take a little bit of time. Then we can go back to Mr. T26. Okay, so the Humber, these are the colors that I color matched with Vallejo to the counter scheme. Okay, and these are the two base colors that they used for the Western Desert for the Brits. This is the color I ended up using, is this top one for the A13. So I'm going to probably do the Humber in the other color. Now, it may not be counter. We may just leave it in overall. So we're going to look at Humber Mark, I believe it's a 2 with a machine gun, with a Beza. Humber Mark II counter. And see if we get any hits on it. Well, here's some bolt action. But this is kind of a scheme that happened around Alamein. And we're not planning on doing Alamein stuff at this moment. So we want something a little earlier. So let's go to images. And see if something jumps out at me. Here's the engines of the Western. Here's the engines of the Western Desert site. What do we got? Marmon Harrington, Humber Mark II, 3. Let's see what we got here. You just have the front view of it. That looks like the lighter color. Any cool camo to go on it? No. I may just do it that way. No point in making it look really cool and then it's abandoned. Poor guys. That's what we're going to do. So now I got to find what color that is. Because I'm sure I put it away. So I've got a little color guide that I downloaded. Here somewhere. Here it is. And they recommended interesting. That's dark sand. No. Give me a second, I'll find it. I may have just winged it. I'll know when I see it. Dark sand is this one. So the other color has got to be... No, that's a War Master. Not a War Master. Nope. Let's make sure it's not out here. It's like that. It's a color like that. Was it Iraqi sand? It might have been Iraqi sand. No, Iraqi sand doesn't look like that. All right. Why am I having so much trouble with this? I already figured this out. Damn it! Should have wrote down what color it was. It was definitely the Vallejo color. That was the whole point, because the Vallejo colors were easy to replace. The store here has freaking all of them. Should just do a dark sand and be done with it, but no, there's the opportunity to do something different. All right, so let's just go the same thing I did last time. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to download this image. And I'm going to go to Counter Scheme. It's the color is called light. It's called Portland Stone. I already have this solved. Yeah, they make a special airbrush set for it, but there's a color that matches pretty close. I had it already figured out. Yeah, light stone is the color of that first one. The next one is called Portland Stone. Why is this? All right, let's put this stuff away. Help me get rid of this. Your English uniform. Green ochre. Nope. U.S. field rat. Could make it into the wreck of Grabner's captured Humber 4 at Arnhem, or even take the turret off using a jury-rigged receipt vehicle. Nah, it's broken and stuff. I want to buy some of the Plastic Soldier Company ones that came since then. But I mean, I have this. I basically got it for free. It's like an opportunity to like paint something, you know. Medium flesh tone. It's not dark sand. That's the mix-in for the other thing. Why isn't it here? Why didn't I write it down? Because when I put it down, there was no doubt which one it was. It wasn't like I was hemming and hawing about it. All right. You will not whoop my ass. I don't think it was this color. I gotta put this shit away anyway, so. German black brown. Cork brown. It's definitely not Iraqi sand. Well, if I can't figure it out in a reasonable amount of time, I'll just paint it the same color that I did the other one. It's not like they used one and not the other. And that's with soft tone on it. Here's the stand I couldn't find. Put you guys up there. Yellow, let me take Iraqi sand out. That's the second Iraqi sand I have. This goes back here. This goes up here. No goes here. Here's soft tone, so we'll put dark tone with it. Flat brown. Green goes there. Phoenix Flames. All right. And the new Vallejo sealer, which by the way they redid the packaging again. We're gonna redo our packaging and maybe we get more sales. Like, no, maybe you have a product that just doesn't appeal to a lot of people. And I'm not saying me. I like Vallejo stuff, but you know, there's some people that are never gonna paint. You know, they're war gamers and they're never gonna paint. I don't care how good your paint is. Mitch is never gonna paint. Ever. Never, ever, ever, never, ever, ever, never, ever, ever. I'll cook before he paints. So never. All right. Why is this whooping my ass? All right. So here's what we're going to do. I'm sure this is where I got it from. I went and let's see if it's this site. It wasn't a too deep of a dive when I found this thing. Okay. This guy used buff. Warlord paint equivalent skeleton bone. I think I have both of those. Just by coincidence. I think this is skeleton bone. It is. Fuck it, we'll try that. Buff is yellower. That's dark sand. What's this one? Buff. Yeah, these two are not the same color. This one's much creamier. We're gonna do Warlord. I can't imagine it being that. That's the color. I would have remembered that I used a different one. It looks okay. Let's do it. Market Guard doesn't interest me. The 30th Corps push does. I'm just not a fan of paratroopers. And don't get me wrong, the British paratroopers are super cool looking. They probably have the best uniform of World War II. The SS uniform is pretty cool too with the camouflage, but the British paratroopers really have a cool uniform. I'm not a fan of the U.S. paratroopers. Again, I'm not trying to diss. The veterans didn't pick what the uniform looked like. Okay, if they did, the U.S. tankers are just extremely poor. That's probably the worst uniform. None of those Greeks went into battle with the little pom poms, did they? Because if so, then that's the worst uniform. But the U.S. tanker uniform is terrible. It's embarrassingly terrible. Again, I'm not trying to diss any veterans. They didn't design the uniform. This looks right. But man, there's no way I used that color. I would have remembered. Oh, and one was a warlord. It looks right. Okay, well, that's what we're gonna go with. It's gonna look really, 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 really gray, because it's on top of black, and that's okay. That's my painting style. Maybe even whitish. It will end up looking great. And you know it. This ain't my first rodeo. Not my second rodeo either. The only thing I'm going to do different with the Panzer one is I'm not going to add the blue tint to it that I normally do with my Panzer Gray vehicles. We're just going to dry brush this in the Panzer Gray color, give it a brown wash, give it the Panzer Gray color again, and then we'll start adding the colors that are on the base. I don't think I'm going to use a yellow. I think we're just going to use they showed up at the desert in gray, and then they just got all the colors that are in the base of the stand. This base color is just to give it a little bit of a variation. I don't like using the M word, modulation. It's weird. You're here for your modulation. And I got the two other wheels somewhere, but I think I'm gonna put this on a stand, partially buried in the sand. I don't know. It's an opportunity to do something different with it. Might look great. Next thing you know, I do need to practice doing wrecks, because I would like one day to have a bunch of wrecks to do, something like the Sidi Rezay airfield. Not the whole thing, but just a little part of it. Just need to make sure I have enough of this that the brown wash can stick to it. The soft tone, which, by the way, I was a little worried of using. I thought it was going to be too I thought it was going to be a little too not dark enough, but it's only slightly different than strong tone. I probably could have used strong tone also, but it's an opportunity to do something different. I'm pretty sure this is the Hasegawa kit. I don't remember if Matchbox also makes one. I get Matchbox mixed up with Airfix because they're both from England. They're both didn't have either one of them when I was a kid. When I was a little kid, it wasn't until they had them in the hobby store in the early 90s that I saw any of them. You couldn't go into a toy store and find Matchbox anything. I mean, other than, Matchbox die-cast cars, Matchbox model kits weren't. There was a must have been an export issue or not an export issue, distributor issue. Objective Commonwealth and Axis patrols fight over recovery. Exactly. Yep. Exactly. Bring me the maps. Along with the fuel depot. I haven't painted the cans yet. But that's what the ground's going to look like, so. This is going to be lighter color than the... Not significantly so, but just add some variations. This is a very attractive vehicle, in my opinion. I think these are very, very good looking. The Daimlers aren't bad looking either. But start getting into some of the... I'm not a fan of AECs. I'm not a fan of the... What's the other one? Staghound. Those have an ugly ass turret. But these are really attractive armored car. Attractive vehicles don't win wars, but they sure make you want to build more of them. Okay, so this will get a soft tone wash. Okay, let's put this away. Let's go get the Panzer Gray and do the Nazi bastard. I plan on using this for Russia, but now I want to do an AfriCorps vehicle. Why didn't this stay glued down? Oh, now the front also came down just to spite me. No point in gluing the middle. It's not touching in the middle. These Eschi models leave much to be desired for fit and finish. All right, let's get the Panzer Gray, also known as German Gray. Yep. And we will get, bought a new batch of these. Let's break one out. I don't have one still used here, did I? That didn't go out there. Yep, I do. Ha! No point in using a new one yet. Live paint. This is why I don't have a big painting thing in the middle of it. Let's just dab that off. There we go. All right, German Gray overall. Yeah, it almost looks like a ghost. It'll be fine. It will be fine. Not a very attractive vehicle, in my opinion. A Panzer 1. Again, we're just putting this on there for the color to get a purchase on it. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do something a little bit different with this guy. I'm actually going to dry brush a sand color on it, then give it the sand, then give it the wash tone. Because if I put the soft tone on it now, you won't even be able to see it, and it's going to look like. It's not going to look like this one that has the strong tone on the yellow. So we're going to dry brush yellow on top of it, or one of the ground colors. I want to say green ochre is probably what we're going to do. But I do want a gray underlayer, because the Africore that we're doing is pre-battle axe, pre-operation battle axe. So a good portion of those vehicles were never painted in a sandy color. And honestly, I think it looks better. Just that they stand out from the Brits differently. So. Oh, she's over here. Okay. So we're going to rinse this out. Hey, and if I don't like how it turns out, I'll repaint it. You know? What the heck? All right, so let's go to get some strong tone on here. there's always somewhere you can grab this thing from and not make a colossal mess. Soft tone. And it's just a lot easier just to apply this stuff directly to the vehicle. Just cut the crap and just put it on the vehicle. It's going to be on there anyways. I think we need somewhere a little bit more robust to grab that from. There, that's better. So I'll put some in the wheel well. A couple drops here. And we'll mop this all over it. Well, that didn't work. All right. How about this? How about we go in here? All right. Exactly how we did the A13. Just the A13 was a different base color. Slightly different base color. And unfortunately, the bad part about this is it takes a while for this to dry. So we have some brown tones in there. And let's put this away. The Maroon Cardinal. Welcome back, man. All right. Let me take a look at a couple things, because this is DAC vehicle number 1. DACA. Okay, the desert base color was English uniform, green ochre, dark sand, which I kind of skipped on the A13 because that's the base color of it. So I believe green ochre is a DAC base color, or one of their recommendations. You know what? Actually, even better than that. I have the AK Africa Core set. And let's see how it compares to green ochre. It's this right here. I have that. Yeah, and here they showed as a base and used gray as the base. And 09, and then highlight in 016. So sand growl and highlight in gel brown. .009. Well, let's see what that looks like. Let's see what that looks like. We haven't. 009, right? Nope, that's Dunkelgelb. I'm gonna look at it and go like, nope, we're not doing that. That's 16. This is a highlight color. Which, I may not do that, because remember, this is, they're wanting you to paint it kind of overall in that ish. Looking for 09. That's 11. Never used these colors before. That's the winter camel. Yes, I have whitewash. Haven't messed with it. I just picked these colors right out of the, boy, I took them right out of the packaging and put them on here. Dunkelgelb mid-war, nope. Also no, these are grays. That's 24. They're right in this zone here. I haven't even used these. Gold, these should be over there, more towards the metallics. Alright, I'm going to start taking them out. Make sure it's not that one. Not that one. Not that one. What is this? This is a damn near dead white. Bye-bye. What's this one? Another white that's dead. I'm terrible about throwing things away. That's a gray. That's a green. Those green. What's this color? That's not it. That's the Dunkelgelb late. That's not the color we're looking for. It's not the shine. It's not the white. I pulled this one out already. It's not that one. All right, where the F is it? Where the F is it? What color is this? Sandgrau, you bastard. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's that color. All right, so I'm going to leave Sandgrau out here. I literally took these out of the container and put them up here. Out of those little boxes they came in. This is supposedly the lightest color on it. And then this is the bottom one. I don't know. I like this stuff for airbrushing. For hand painting, I'm not a fan. It's a little too watery. Let's see what this turns into. I just grabbed green ochre, because if it's not that, it's going to be green ochre. If I don't like how it looks, green ochre. That's the mid-tone of the stand, the color that's in the base. Doesn't sound like there's a mixing ball in there. Where's Nordic? He loves this sound. I don't know what it reminds him of. It just doesn't look like. That doesn't look right. It doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. It's almost pinkish. You people lie to me. When in doubt, use artistic license. I have a license, an artistic license. This is supposedly that color. That sure as hell doesn't look like it. Or we can do green ochre. which is very yellow-like. All right, let's see what we can do with this supposed color. And remember, we're going to dry brush this overall on this Panzer one, and then we're going to give it the tone, the soft tone. Let's see how difficult this is going to be to work with. It's kind of pinkish. Let me do something. Let's get the A13 out here. Get the A13 out here. Okay. If the base color is going to be like this, God, that's I don't know. I don't know about this. Africa Corps tanks. And I'll show you the look I'm going for. Nope. Those are painted overall in that color. We're not interested in that. Let's see if this is a bigger. Let's go to Panzer colors. We have that resource. And we want to go to Panzer, start with Panzer colors 1. This. See how these vehicles were originally gray and they just ended up getting other colors on them? Maybe even like this. 1941, overall dark gray with light dust. You know, it's a little bit more light dust, but that's what I envision. I don't want to do this. I'm not interested in doing vehicles that are like that. I'm interested in doing vehicles that are like this or this. Okay? It's yellow-brown overspray. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that this color is going to get me where I need to go. I'm not convinced. It's going to look like white. And this fact that it's watery makes it worse. And I don't want to airbrush it for this purpose because it's going to end up covering up things I don't want covered up. I got a lot more control with a paintbrush. I do. Let's get almost all this off. Looks like whitewash. That's not going to work. Maybe afterwards. That's not going to work. That's not going to get us where we need to go. Okay? And that's where experience comes in, and I realize I'm on the wrong track before I get in there. So let's use this ochre, which, according to Vallejo, if you look at Vallejo Africa colors, paint set, doesn't really... This is the wrong one. They've made several different ones. Here it is. World War II Desert, British and German. Ah, I'm glad I looked. I'm glad I looked. It's green brown. It's green brown. Stone gray was that color. Not this other one. Well, honestly, it's looking pretty good to me, so I like it. Stone gray was the color I was looking for, is what this is. Stone gray. It's over here in the grays. Is it this one? It's one of these colors over here. Stone gray. All right. So it's green brown. It's green brown. All right. Well, that changes things a little bit. Here it is, green brown. All right. So this is what we're going to do overall. Not green ochre. Sorry. Sorry about that. When something doesn't look right, don't do it. Oh, this is an old ass color that was always watery. Always. Always watery, and it was always clumpy. Let's see if we can. This is one of those that has like a big turd of color in the center of it. So let's see if we can get away with having to harvest that turd. Turd harvester. Nope, we're gonna have to do surgery. All right, don't get any on you. Let's get the tank away from here. You'll get your turn to get the paint on you. I don't care that it messes up the tip. The tip's useless. And it's broken too. Nice. Oh, look at that. Look at that turd oozing out of there. Here we go. So a lot of these paints I ended up getting, they are really, really old. So much that the rubber basically is what's the paint's fine. It's just the rubber has failed. You have a failure of the rubber. Okay. This is a color that we're going to go over with. Okay, and we're going to go over really light. We still want it to look like it's gray. I thought it was green ochre. It's not. Yeah, so if you can envision most of the vehicle almost looking like that, that's kind of what we're aiming for. We don't need to do more than that. So whether it's a color that was oversprayed, you know, at this scale, I'm able to simulate that a lot better with a paintbrush than with an airbrush. Me. I'm a lot more comfortable with it. Now, there's one thing I hate about desert German vehicles, and that is they like to put these big, not always, but they like to put these big numbers on the side of the turret that end up going over the two-door hatches. If you're talking about a Panzer III or a Panzer IV, they have a big hatch on the side, escape hatch on the side, where the crew members of the turret can get out. The loader and the gunner in particular. The commander has his own hatch in the roof. And when you end up having a big number going over those, it looks really weird. So I don't know what I'm going to do with that, but I guarantee that whatever I come up with will end up looking good. but I may just not use those big numbers. I may use smaller numbers. Now, another thing that they did is they also, more than any other theater I've noticed, they used a single digit. So that might be a solution, is you put a single digit, you put it in front of where both doors are, and you don't have that problem. I don't mind a problem with the big numbers. I just don't want to go over an uneven surface. That even when you look at photographs of the actual vehicle, it doesn't look right. You know? Looks like somebody was drinking when that happened. Okay, now we have accessed. We have access to the thicker paint. Perfect. Which is fine. I actually prefer it being thicker. Remember, we're going to do a tone over this, a soft tone. It adds another depth of color. Let's do the front. Don't want to forget the front. Okay, and let's get the alligator clip. And do the same thing with a turret. Take a lot of color photos in the 40s. You'd also be off temper slightly with the pigment since they were colorized after the war. Yep, that counter scheme is a good example of that. Everybody was painting the counter schemes when I grew up with blue in them, and it looks cool, but it's wrong. They even have one of the Matildas, I think, in one of the museums. I don't know which one, that's painted in all the wrong colors. And we grew up with the vehicles being in that color, but it was wrong. Sometimes you got to use your artistic license. Sometimes you always use your artistic license. And it's just your take on what you think looks right. That's the one thing that's really challenging about winter vehicles. Even when they're done right, they look like crap. I mean, the real vehicles look like crap. Okay, so we need to let this dry a little bit. Otherwise, the strong tone, the soft tone is not going to stick to it. But that's the color that we're going to use that's the color that we think that we're going to use for the AfriCorps vehicles. Let's put it that way. It still has some gray in there. If I had done the soft tone over the gray, you wouldn't be able to tell. Wouldn't be able to tell. So, soft tone, yep. Okay, well, I need to let that sit for a little bit, or I'll end up taking a lot of that off, and that's not really the purpose. So, in order to keep the ball rolling, I'm gonna go check on somebody. Be right back. Okay, so go ahead and put the soft tone on it. Let's do this. Let's try this. Instead of pouring it on this one, I don't want this stuff to wash off. Again, if you don't remember, this is soft tone. And I guess a plastic container would probably work better for this, but I don't have one handy, and this works just fine. If it soaks up a little bit, that's fine also. Okay. We're going to need another one. Let me just go ahead and break them open. A brown filter, some would call it. I just think it's handy to use these products that are locally available. I don't have to go mail order this and mail order that and mail order the other thing, and next thing you know, you're paying a lot of money for shipping. Looking pretty good from my point of view. And I was perfectly happy using Agrax Earthshade until they changed the formula on it. Got all tacky and stuff. It'd get tacky like immediately. Now, that's not good. All right, that looks pretty darn good as far as I'm concerned. Let's not forget to do the stuff at the top. That would be silly. And I don't think I'm going to put division markings on them, but we are going to put the palm with the crooked spider, because these vehicles aren't going to be used for anything other than Africa Corps. I mean, what else would they be used for in this color? So that adds a little something to it. How do you spell that? I don't know, but it starts with a W. Okay. Now, while that guy's drying, we have, let's move this over here. Should be safe on the left-hand side. I am extremely right-handed. So, this is the trumpeter model of the SU-152. It does not have the base color on it, so we're going to have to put it does have it, but then we, dry brushed it. But then we did the wash, so we haven't dry brushed it, so they're not on equal. This is one step ahead of this one. So let's go ahead and get that green and bring them up even. That's the other Russian color. That's the old Russian color they don't make anymore. They changed out the formula for some unknown reason. It's in here somewhere. It's one of these. So that's why you leave the colors on your desktop. Sometimes. These don't take this long. It's no big deal. I don't have anywhere to be. It's rainy outside. Don't make me stand up. That's refractive. US olive drab. That's the old olive drab color. Here it is. 894. It's the same coat as the other 894, but they're just totally different colors. Well, they're fairly different colors. And I'm fine with both of them. I'm pretty sure this is not the other one. Okay. This is why we jump around, because with these washes, you gotta wait on things to dry. Unfortunately. This is the first trumpeter model I built. And other than the fact that you can't make the hatches open, I'm very impressed. So they can make things correctly in China if they want to, but the hatches still don't open. Right? There's not even an option. It's just one welded piece. It's all welded together. And that's a shame. It's a shame they did that, but the Yag Tiger is the same way as well. I see you put the pack all together. I hope it wasn't too much trouble. Well, I just assembled it. I didn't glue anything. I still don't know what to do. It's weird. Like but you know, you can. It's super wobbly. I want to make it in Africa Core colors because the crew is Africa Core. Comes with a DAC crew. Daka Daka. It's just really bouncy. It's almost like trying to build your house and it's inflatable. I'm going to go build my own house. It's an inflatable house as you're bouncing all over the place, like trying to walk around a bounce house. It's just weird like that. I don't know if that's going to work out, but we're going to try to do our best. We're going to try to make the best out of whatever the hell that might be. Now this is a good game for a This is a good vehicle for a skirmish game because it has no machine gun. It's got no coax machine gun. It's got no AA machine gun. It just has one 152 millimeter gun. So the blast on it is massive. However, the reload time is poor. So it's ideal. You know, you don't have something that's going to dominate the entire battlefield and not going to be able to do anything. And remember, the battlefield's at most 200 meters in a long direction. So it's point blank freaking range for the most part. Let's go over there, that. Go over there, here. Really good detail on this thing. like really good. Why do I have this vehicle? Well, they had it at Noble Knights. I could use my credit on it. That is literally why I have it. Now this and this are in the same boat. Okay, so we're going to get dark sand. Nope, buff. That's its cousin. Dark sand. Okay, and we're going to mix some of this in with that green. I think you'd be having too much fun if my house was inflatable. Bummer though, if you drop something sharp, there goes everything. That's right. No sharp objects. No X-Acto knives. Whoops. And this is pretty much the same method I used to paint all my vehicles. So if you're wondering, that's not going to turn out well. Well, look at what my end result is and see if you like them. Because this is exactly what I did. I think it's extremely forgiving. I think it gives you a lot of depth of color, which I think is, I find very important. You know, so just because something's green doesn't mean it's just all like one shade and that's it. Gives you something to look at. This thing doesn't like to stay closed for some reason. Yes. Gurgling stomach. Almost time for a second breakfast. And then I like to do, let's do them both. Let's keep them even. It's going to do what I like to call the scratches. That's why when I looked at videos of people painting stuff, I went right to the end. Okay, what's the vehicle look like? That's fine. The steps that you did is fine. But what's your end vehicle going to look like? Ooh, I like that. All right, how did you get there? How did you arrive at that conclusion? Now, I'm pretty sure this thing came with decals. I don't know what the hell the decals are of. So maybe there's something we can use in there. Or maybe it look lame. Only one way to find out. Check them out. Let's check that out right now, as a matter of fact. They should be put in here with the other Soviet stuff. This is micro scale. That's also micro scale. This is for the White Scout car. This is the SU-152. Oh, we got some good shit here. We got some good shit there. Find out how these Chinese decals are. I've never built something with Chinese decals. All right, my instructions. All the instructions are in my instruction Ziploc. Not that I couldn't get on ScaleMates and find it. Advertising for other stuff from them. More advertising from them. Okay. I don't need either one of these two things. Here's the instructions from the SU-152. Marking and painting guide. Nothing there. Okay, here it says option 3 or 6. So on the side here has a red star, or you can have the big slogan. I'm going to go for the big slogan. Where's 9? Maybe they give you other decals that are for other vehicles. I mean, I don't really need them to tell me what the hell it's for. You know, I can tell you that these go on the side. 200. Yeah, the white star, man, it looks good up close. The numbers would go with the red star on the actual superstructure. So we're gonna put the big ass slogan. Does it go over a corner? It does, doesn't it? Well, that'll be just a challenge. I'll see how that works out. That may actually not turn out well, but in that case, we'll just use a different decal. Let's look at SU-152. Jeez, dropping shit. Gotta go grab breakfast. Breakfast calls. I don't do anything without eating first. So let's see. I bet all of these decals will end up showing up on a search. SU-152 paint scheme. Not JSU, SU. Okay, so here is one that is a, now here's the 1305 that they have on there. Here's a finished one with the 1305. See, I'm not actually a fan of the rust and rust color like that. It's a little too like, you know, like they washed it and they left it out there and it just rusted. But if it's constantly like running stuff, it's not going to be that orange color. That stuff's going to flake off. And then after it doesn't move again for a while, it'll be on there again. Okay, here's the trumpeter in 1/35th scale. It has this other one, this Semebetit Hamenke Okirut, whatever it says. Okay, that's that decal on it as well. It's also a trumpeter kit, but it's a 1/35th scale trumpeter kit. Okay, and here's the 201, which I have here. No, I have a 200. So I'm going to actually go to ScaleMates before I make my definitive decision of which one I'm going to do. I'm going to go to ScaleMates. And I'm going to do a search on ScaleMates for SU152. And I'm going to specifically go to SU152. I'm going to specifically go to 1/35th scale model to see if there is more details. More details of no, I'm looking specifically for, here's one from Bronco, 1/35th scale. He's a 1305. Operation Citadel. That's what I'd like. That's the one I'd like to do. Let's download these instructions. See which one of these they recommended for Operation Citadel. If it tells you on here. Let's look at their decals. Okay, the 1305 is 1,539th Self-Propelled Artillery Regiment in Karelia, 1944. Okay, let's go to the next one. Unknown unit, Russian front, summer 43. No markings. Well, we're not doing that. Then here's one that's half white. Here's one that's completely white. That's it. That's not very useful. All right. So that didn't tell me anything. Let's go to the trumpeter kit 1/35th scale. So same vehicle, same manufacturer, just bigger. And let's see what they have. That one doesn't really work right. And here is a trumpeter. And if I can't get an answer, then I'm going to go with that original one that had the long logo on it. Just want to make an informed decision. No. Nothing. Okay. So we're going to go with this big old saying right there. But we're not there yet. We got to do one thing before we do that. As exciting as it is to put on decals, and it is exciting, we need to grab a thin brush. Okay, and we're going to make this mix again. Now we still have some of that. We need more of this of the sand tone, of the dark sand. Okay. And we need to grab some of this, the Liquitex. It can be here. It can soak a little bit. And we're going to put in what I call scratches. So we're going to put some imperfections that just happen. Oh, we got to use enough paint so that it stands out. This is where we can highlight stuff. Now, some of this stuff is going to end up getting dry brushed anyways over it. But you know, like this guy got in here and maybe he scratched up the roof a little bit getting in and out. Nothing too heavy, just something to break up the monotony of it all. And then we'll do the same thing with a T26. And we're still going to dry brush over all this, but this just kind of gives us some imperfections to look at. Okay? So now, I know the T26 is going to have a hand-painted decal, so I'm not worried about that. We need to get clear coat. No, we don't need that. We're going to take the whole thing off, which is a Pledge floor care. That's what I like to use. Have you ever tried a cheesy bagel? MP Model Plastic, welcome back. I have not tried a cheesy bagel. I mean, I've tried a bagel. What makes it cheesy? With cheese on it? Sounds good to me. I just don't like bagels and lox and stuff like that. That's just a little too bad breathish for me, especially in the morning. That's the last thing I need. It just has decals there on the side. That's it. It's pretty much all they had on there. So. That bagel tastes cheesy. Well, it is a cheesy bagel. And we're going to let that dry for a little bit. And you got to constantly like be shifting which way you're going, because there's stuff that's drying at different rates. I think this is going to look really good. And that color they wanted me to use for the Africa core might be fine as like a final dusting, but the base color, no. It's going to end up looking too... powder white, you know. You're painting the Berlev 6 Maj, Russian hydroplane, World War II. I don't know what the heck all you. Okay, Ravel Beriev 6. Let's see what a Beriev 6 looks like. Beriev 6 Maj. Is it the trumpeter one? That's a cool plane. I didn't know they had something like that. I didn't know they had a Catalina. That's a cool plane. Trumpeter. I think the trumpeter stuff's good. I mean, I built 2 of them. They're very good quality. They fit together great. I just wish they had hatches that would open. It's really my only gripe with them. They give you a multitude of decals. I think the missus is out and about. One moment. All right, so I'm going to take a little recess. I need to have breakfast. I need to have a worthy breakfast. So we're going to put the right back. Should be back in about 15 minutes, and we will see you then. Bye bye. Okay, folks, back again. And, well, the nice thing about the intermission, other than I'm not dying of hunger, is some of these things dried that needed to dry so that we can go on to the next step. So we have the gloss on the SU 152 should be dried for the decal application. We have the Panzer 1 is dry. And if the Panzer 1's dry, I would imagine that the Humber is also dry. Nearly. Went kind of thick in some places. And yeah, so let's get back at it. First things first, let's go ahead and put that Soviet decal on this guy. Let's check for... This stuff dries in like 10 minutes. All right, we're going to do this big old... I don't know if that's going to fit on this side. Maybe let's cut it and test fit it before we decide that's the one we're going to go with and we got an issue. Found out that actually using a pair of scissors is handy. I don't know where these scissors came from, but they're decent quality scissors. Well, except for that last little bit. It's not like I couldn't have just painted this slogan on. Now, this is the side of concern. Yeah, it's way too big. It's way too big and I have to do it lower, which is okay. It's okay, but I had not counted on that. So I'm going to have to put more gloss coat on the one end. So we're going to have to punt on this decal for the short term. I have to put it down here. Okay. That's why we're working on multiple things at once. As long as we're making headway, doesn't really matter what we're doing. So we're not going to drop that in there just yet. I'm going to go ahead and cut the other decal off. And let's see, we'll try in about 15 minutes and see if we're ready to roll at that point. Okay, that's the two decals for that Joker. Now I'm going to be diligent, fold this back up, and take it in the instructions out of here. Put them back where they belong, so we need to look for more Soviet decals, the instructions we can find. Even though in Soviet Russia, decal finds you. But you already know that. Stating the obvious. Okay. the Panzer. So this has the wash on it, and a little turret also. So I have to decide which way I'm going to go with it. I could actually let me take my glasses off. Okay, I don't think I want to put some more of the ochre on it, or that green brown. I think it's just it's too much. I think. So when I dry brush this from here up, I think I'm going to go with the colors that are in the ground. Not the English uniform. And maybe only the pale sand, honestly. Because that's what we have on here, right? English uniform, green ochre, dark sand. Let's cut out a little base for it. We don't have a Panzer I vehicle, so we can probably use a remainder here for it. We need a little bit of meat around it. We want a little bit more meat than that. We don't end up having any space to... That might be a little too much. There's one vehicle I did the other day. I don't remember which one it was, but I made the mistake, I think, of making I think it was the U.S. armored cars. I made the stand with not enough meat around it, so I got to be really careful what I put next to it, or it doesn't fit. Yeah, that's just not going to give me enough space around it. I think I'm going to go with that width. I don't think there's anything in between. Okay. Yeah, so I don't think that I left something out there. Good Lord. Okay. I want some meat around it so you can put tufts or something to make it look like it's in some kind of an environment instead of just kind of sitting out there without anything. I really don't want to cut another one up. Both of these look like they're the same size. Let's go ahead and use this. Yeah, I'm not gonna do any more yellow per se. And I'm not sure how I feel about that. I got a bad feeling about this, Sarge. So, I have something I didn't have the other day. I picked this up at the store. A little, really inexpensive ruler. Metal, because I'd like all these dimensions to have some kind of meaning, you know, some metricness to them. So this thing is about 75 millimeters long, 60 is too small. $65 maybe right. Yeah, I think 65 is about right. We'll do the same thing in the other direction. I much prefer metric for this. I don't like 3/16ths of stuff and ridiculous partitions that way. I think if I lay it this way, never know if I'm gonna need that. Might need it for something. Okay, and then we have a little base for this guy, and we're going to take the clippers, which are here. I happen to like the corners rounded. Let's not do that again. Hit myself in the funny bone on the knee. It's always a jarring feeling. Looks like it will be on that base pretty well. Should be. We're going to score the top of it. This is the side that we're going to put the goop on. And one of these drawers has the magnets in it. You know, I'm just going to use this remainder. It doesn't have to be. Is this one bigger? This one's bigger, okay. That should be fine. I don't want to go all the way to the ends. And the flat side, we'll put this on. All right, throw that away. I don't care care what kind of size garbage can I have. It always gets filled way too fast. All right, let's get the tool, which is here. Remember, like a foot away from my face, I can't see. It's blurry. Everything's blurry as crap when I have my contacts out. All right, here's Le Goop. Le Goop de Goop. Goop de Goopta. And hopefully we have some space for rocks this time, unlike the A13, which was kind of a mild surprise that I wasn't able to fit on there what I wanted to fit on there. Okay, so we're going to set this off to the side where it can, oh, we just talked about it. I'm going to keep these to the outside. Hopefully they won't interfere with anything. That's it. Don't have to put them all over it. Just to give it something different to look at. Something that makes your eye go, All right. Now, is this guy dry? Maybe not. It's not super wet. We'll wait for it a little bit longer. All right. Now, English uniform. That's the base color of the ground, right? And green ochre and dark sand. So I'm afraid if I use green ochre, that's green brown, which is this one, it's going to be way too yellow. Dark sand is the base color here. I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to do the pale one, the pale sand. Okay, so and we're still going to go light on these colors. And let's see, should I go ahead and paint the tracks now? No, I'm going to paint the color, make sure I get the color right. Because I'd hate for the color not to be right and then have to repaint the tracks. I don't mind going over the tracks with just this. And we're going to go really, 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 really light. We don't want to lose any of the gray, any more really of that gray essence that we have going on. So, as always, start with the running gear. Make sure you have that where you want it. focus on the edges. And if there's one part that's dusty, it's going to be this back end. And I'm going to have to take a picture of this because it's not going to do it justice. It's dumbed down too much when it's on this video. So let's do the turret same way. A lot of these vehicles are really complicated looking with edges and stuff like that. And you want to make sure those edges stand out. Otherwise, it just ends up looking like a big blob. And that's not really the look I'm going for. Now, let's put the turret on top of here. And put my glasses on and look at it at a reasonable distance. That looks fucking stellar. We'll put them next to each other so you can see. And I'll show you. And we're not done yet, but... Yep. I need to quit my day job. It's really holding me back. Holy shit. And we don't even have the little palm trees on it yet. So here is the A13. Oh, I'm going to put this on. This is the A13. And here is the Panzer I. Really happy the way that's looking. Really, but there's all kinds of, just a cacophony of different shades and levels of stuff on there. Really, really happy with the way it turned out. Is turning out. Should have painted the tracks, damn it! What brand is that? It's an Eschi. Got an S model kit of the B, although the guns are a pain. A small drop and you never see them again. Are they brass? These aren't. These are, yeah, if you break these things, you're replacing them with something else. It's Eschi. But nothing's as brittle as this thing. This 3D printed thing is super, super brittle. So That's the look I was looking for. So you still see there's some gray undertones in there. And, you know, did it get weathered by the terrain or did it get weathered by somebody spray painted? Yeah, exactly. You don't know. I like it that way. Now, that's how my Africa core are going to look like. That's what the Africa core are going to look like. So, that's the look I like. So there's no reason to go in there and add like rust stains and stuff like that. I mean, you could go bananas, but you know, I want them to have a decent contrast and it'll look better when it's sealed. I don't know what the sealing does, but it's a miracle. It's a miracle in a box. So yeah, the S model. I've only as much as I like S model, I only have one S model kit, and that's a Panzer II. The Panzer IIs, the Panzer II Cs, I think. So. No brass barrels, huh? Well, one of the things that damaged in my travel is the S model 20 millimeter cannon fell off of it because you know you've got brass trying to hook onto plastic. Like I use super glue or epoxy. I think I use super glue. It's so brittle, and with all of the rattling, boom, it fell off. I still have it. You know, it happens. It happens to everybody. Okay, this is certainly dry enough. Let's put this Soviet false propaganda on this vehicle. I don't know what the hell it means. For Russia, MATB. I don't know what MATB is. But I recognize as the Pokna name. You're mispronouncing their words. Well, they're not using the right alphabet. That's what they get. I don't have anything against Russians, but hey, we need to, you know, you guys have to use the alphabet the whole world uses. I mean, even the Turks can do it. What's wrong with you? Yeah, I only have one S model thing. And it's not because I don't love S model. S model stuff's spot on. Same situation, S model L333 with the brass 20 mil. I glued it on, but it was so loose, just lost it at some point. Ended up using sprue in the gun instead. Yeah, that's a shame. Yeah, I got those eye ties are on my list. I got some tankettes and that one with a 20 millimeter cannon, a flamethrower one. But I need to enjoy and paint the things that I already have before I start buying a bunch of other shit. Got to keep yourself on a short leash or get out of control. Did I not bring my coffee in here? Yeah, I did. I made coffee and didn't bring it in. This coffee thing even gives you like foam. It's got no creamer in it. It's just black. Black and cold. Let's see if this is percolated yet so far. Let's not forget. Let's not forget. And I may have to use this microset. Oh yeah, that lovely smell of vinegar. I bet somebody out there actually likes the smell of vinegar. I want to get those Matildas and the Crusaders, but the Crusaders, they don't have the turrets that open. And the Matildas are the wrong version. I don't remember what the ones that went originally to Africa, what the difference is. I think it might be just details on the superstructure or something like that, on the rivets on the side of the vehicle. I'm not really a fan of sliding these things on. It's about where it needs to be. And this one will be higher. So it'll actually be lower on this side than this one. That's just the way it is based on where they told me to put the tools. Hindsight is 2020. Or maybe hindsight's 2010, really. Better vision than normal. Yeah, it'll have to be low there. It'll be higher there. It's just one of those things that just hope you can sleep at night. I'm okay with it. And the same shame of it is I could have just painted that. It doesn't bother me any. Let that dry a little bit, and then we'll hit it with a microsol. I think I need to wait some time between them. Why don't I look that up? How soon after microset should I use microsol? Okay. Don't use microsol until you have the decal exactly where you want it. Once the decal is in place, and after waiting about 5 to 10 minutes, you can brush on microsol over the decal. Okay, this is from Fine Skill Modeler. Microsol allows the decal to conform to the lines, etc. of the model. You will notice the decal wrinkling. Don't panic, and don't touch the decal. This is normal, and the wrinkling will go away after about a day. You can prick any holes with a pen and reapply the microsol to help the decal conform additionally. Okay. Don't freak out, just prick. That's what I caught out of it. All right, we're going to put you away. I have not had much experience with microsol. I'm rarely putting it over a surface that's not completely flat. So that's just done fine just by itself. And then I end up matte coating over it, and it's like, it looks like it's painted on. As long as it's not a decal by Petting House, which is just sheer and utter freaking garbage. Petting House is like embarrassing for, the Germans are supposed to be like masters of like precision. Well, Petting House ain't German then. I'll have to report them to the Bundes something. Because their stuff sucks. I will not buy them again. Several of my vehicles are less than what they would look like because of the decal being so damn thick. And it's all on one sheet. So normally you would have, say, a circle that's this shape, and you would have a little bit of film around it. Now this is the entire sheet as one film. So you have to cut it out, and you know, well, I don't mind doing that. You're not going to get as close as you would if it was just the decal itself. You know, precision made at the factory. Nope. Petting house sucks. Mr. Pettinghouse would be upset that his company started churning out stuff like that. Okay. So, damn, this thing looks good. Sexy little bastard. Man, that's a stretch. That's a stretch calling this thing sexy. Let's get a couple things out here. This is going to take a little bit of time to do. So I'm going to go ahead and get the wet palette out. And she should just be right around the corner. You've never had a full decal sheet before. Me either. I didn't know that it was that way. It's embarrassingly bad. And it's super thick. And I've microsolved the hell out of it. I can't get it to come down. All right, so, oh look, we still have the color we're looking for. This is the color you're looking for. That should be fine. We are not painting on this bare surface. Just saves me cleanup. I create more work for myself. Okay, we're going to paint the tracks on Mr. Panzer 1. All right, and SS Camo Black, as it used to be called, now German Camouflage Black Brown. Let's ditch this. Believe it or not, this little diff makes it that much more difficult to get to it. So we're going to put some of it over here. Get some flow aid. And I changed my mind. We're going to use this brush. And this is just a dark brown that I happen to like to use for the tracks. Now the tracks on this vehicle are separate link, which I don't dislike at all. However, these were weird. They were already molded in a metallic color. And as I was using the weld cement, the metallic color was coming off on my fingers. It was really, really weird. So, with all that said, it still worked okay, but it was a little odd. But this is a model by Eschi. And honestly, I'd say it's probably one of their better ones. It's got pretty decent detail for a very small vehicle. Their track went together just fine. Other than the color was coming off on my fingers. I'm like, man, I don't want. What's this all about? So next time I do one of these, I will paint the track before I do this final dusting, because now I know that's the right color. I just wasn't sure. I hadn't built an Africa Core vehicle before. I did, in 1/35th scale, I don't remember what colors I used. I built the Tamiya Panzer IV-D. And it's Africa Core. It even had a Verlinden figure that had like a mask on, a dusk mask. Ahead of his time, you know, I probably built that around 1991. I was ahead of my time putting masks on figures. Now I'm going to switch to the other side. Okay. So we can get in here. But I plan on getting the S model Panzer IIIs for this. For the Afrika Korps eventually. But their stuff's a mixed bag, like what comes with it. Because like my Panzer IIs came with like 6 or 7 sets of decals. So that was great. I ended up like doing all the Panzer IIs with them because I had 2 Panzer IIs from MMS. I had one from Ratham from or was it a Skytrex one? I don't know. It was an all metal one. The 2 S model ones, and I want to say I have one more. I have like 6 Panzer IIs, but they're all in Russia gray. So we're going to need some for the Afrika Korps. So those went together incredibly well. Incredibly well. Super, super impressed with them. Only gripe is two of the decals that came with them are supposed to have yellow numbers and they were orange. So it was like a misprint. I've seen other people paint that model before, examples of it, and they had yellow decals on them. So maybe I just got a bad batch from the printer. But other than that, I was not expecting the brass turned barrels. That was a very pleasant surprise. And they're really affordable. Man, if you didn't have to pay for shipping, they'd be really affordable. And like I said, they give you a multitude of decals. So that was super handy. Because I don't mind hand painting Russian slogans, but there's some things that you don't want to hand paint or they're going to look really, really rough. U.S. stars. I don't want to paint a U.S. star on a vehicle. It's going to look very rough compared to how it would look like on a stencil. But I think my Panzers, I'm probably going to give them single digits. None of my Russia main battle tanks have single digits, so that helps differentiate between them. And it also avoids me having to put their number over the damn periscope or the escape hatches or anything like that. Since you mentioned it, and I'm thinking about it, here's my US decals. Microscale, you can't go wrong. They're awesome. They're really, really good. These are the microscale ones. But the Petting House ones, here's ones, they're in parts. But here's like some yellow stars. Here's some stars for the Americans. This is all one sheet. So you literally, if you put this in water, you could peel and the whole thing would come off. So how the hell are you supposed to cut out these stars? Like in squares? Well, that's what I did. And then when I end up dry brushing over them, you could tell where the edges of the squares were, even though I put like 4 coats of Microsol. It still didn't dissolve the decal, so I will not be buying them again. It's a shame because they make a whole lot of stuff, but I don't have time for that nonsense. Panzer IIs are really the backbone alongside Panzer IIIs. 4s are Very little insignificant numbers along with stud threes. Not many stud threes in the desert. Maybe only like very, very few. But yeah, even in Russia. Panzer I hardly ever fought actually since they were used for garrison mostly. Honestly, I used them as tankettes for your war games. They used them more, it seems like they had a more useful role in North Africa than they did in Russia. But they were part of the Panzer battalions. They just had to use everything they can get their hands on. Which, speaking of which, I'm going to see if there's any crooked spider palm trees. I don't know if I've got African core palm trees, and I really do want to put African core palm trees on them because, well, why not? This is my US decals. This is my Soviet decals. Where the hell are the crap decals? It should be right here, and they're not. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's damn it, man. They should be here. You know, as organized as I am, and still. Yeah, this is the Soviet one. This is the American ones. And the German ones, which I haven't touched in quite some time. I haven't done a German vehicle in a long time. Well, a few months. Should also be right here. All over? No. 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 That's weird. They're not where they should be. Decal brand is Alaran. They have a good decals for German, Soviets, and American armor. I have looked at them. They have stuff for the desert. They're not the one. No, Archer's the ones that are rub transfer. I'm scared of rub transfer ones. Okay, this is the one for the Sturmpanzer. Well, I don't really need any decals. I've got a metric ton of them. Other than I need U.S. stars, so maybe I'll look at Alaran for them. But I really like microscale. They're affordable. These are the ones from Skytrex. I'm actually not worried about German crosses. I've painted enough of them. What's this? This is the Hummel. I bet these will just shatter into pieces. Oh, look. SS decal plates. I have one named Scharnhorst. No, this is the Vespa. Okay, these are the ones from Rodin. Jagd Tiger. More Rodin stuff. The Hetzer. Hetzer's got a Hetz. This is the Kursk Panthers. Bunch of little numbers. Bunch of little numbers here. Watch me not have any. Oh no, I have a whole. They may be old decals and shatter on impact with water. We'll see. All right, let's see what we got here. That's got nothing on it. Bye-bye. Here's two Africa core palms from the Hasegawa Panzer IVs. Here's a palm tree with no crooked spider. That's okay. I could paint the little crooked spider at the end. Or something that looks like it. That kind of stuff, child's play. We got some crooked spiders here. more. Here's another 2. I mean, AfriCore stuff's really popular. People like doing the AfriCore stuff. Here's one in black, and the decal's split in half. Okay, so here it is. This is Petting House. These are all one sheet. This is all one sheet. It's all one decal. Trash. Here's a couple Crooked Spiders from, that's the model Panzer 3J. Okay, and these are numbers. Okay, so what we have here, so I'm going to try to use the ones that are the smallest. And obviously it's a very small vehicle. We already built the 263 from Roden, didn't we? I mean, like, we finished it. God, I don't remember. I got the decal set here for it. Yes, with the aerial from Plastic Soldier Company. Okay, so this is, so all those decals are fair game. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's a good vehicle to have for the desert. So are all these. Whoop. Just have to get more. Hey, we're just building shit right now, so. Airfix kit always have for core palm. I think just about every German kit they put out had it as an option. They specifically have a decal set of stars, yellow and white. Yeah, I'd like to do some Tunisia American vehicles at some point. I think they look cool with the yellow stars. I just think it's just something different. It's just something different. It's pretty neat. That period just didn't last very long. It's kind of hard to get excited about it. But, okay, Microsol is here. It's been at least more than 10 minutes, a lot more than 10 minutes. Do we have the decal where we want it? Yes, and yes. All right, so let's brush on the Microsol. And it should wrinkle, don't freak out, just prick it. It's really this joint here in the panel. It's really comforting knowing that if I don't like how it turns out, I can just paint it that way. It's not like, oh, my entire life revolves around this decal working. Like, nah, I'll just paint it. I'll just paint over it. No big deal. All right, so let's look at some Panzer. God, this thing looks good. Oh, I forgot to do something. But I remembered, so technically I didn't forget. The cable that's on here is also metal of a potentially rusty variety, so we're going to paint it as well. is there anything else here? Not the muffler. The muffler is a different color. All right, I'm going to go ahead and paint this guy too. Paint the tracks on a T26. This is an extremely basic model made by a Spanish company called Mini Irons. And they do a lot of vehicles that are primarily for the Spanish Civil War. But with that said, with them being basic, they're a heck of a lot less work than those Ukrainian ones. They have the photo etch everything. And the million little road wheels and stuff. These tracks almost look like that corrugated stuff you use for presents, whatever the hell it's called. Ribbon. Almost looks like corrugated ribbon. Doesn't have any really deep indentations in it. I'm not a fan of the Airfix vehicles. They're just in weird scales and stuff like that. The planes, at least, they stuck the 1/72nd scale, but the vehicles are weird. Those SDKFZ 222 is very missing so many things on it. I actually have two of those. They're not painted yet, so I think they're both going to Russia, though. A 2-pack from Dragon. Okay, and the muffler is a different color. What else do we have? This, I guess I could paint this as well. Let's better leave that alone before we end up tinkering with that and it ends up being something that we should not have touched at the time. Panzer II Afrika Korps. I'm Panzer I Afrika Korps. All these Panzer color books that were the golden standard way back when. And they're just not that useful like they used to be. Not laying here right now. Should be relatively easy to find. Panzer I Afrika Korps. Big fan of the. Give me a heart bump. Big fan. I don't know what it says, but I have one. But I'm getting a second one for recon. Which one? The 222. I like all the German armored cars. They're pretty cool. Pretty cool looking. So let's do a search for Panzer I Africa Corps. Images. Okay, so here is one that has a big red 1 on it and some other smaller numbers beside it. I actually never seen anything like that. Oh, it's 15th Panzer Division. It's interesting. I don't know what period this is, but I like the 15th Panzer Division more than the 21st. It has a big red number on that Panzer 1 as well, and the smaller one. So the number might be, what company it is, what vehicle in that company. I'm going to save that picture. We do Panzers, that might be an opportunity. Here is the R symbol there for regiment. I believe that's what it is. Regimental vehicle. And it actually has the crooked spider there on the front of the glasses plate there on the bottom as well. That's kind of unique. And here we have one with an 800 series decal and that's hollow in the center. So 8th Company, 3rd Platoon, 3rd Vehicle. 8th Company, at least in Russia, that's normally a Panzer IV company. Here we have one with red numbers. Well, that's a Panzer 1A. You can tell by the idler wheels a little lower on the back. There might be some other differences, but that's how I can tell it. It's a Panzer 1A because it kind of droops. Idler wheel on the back is sitting lower than most other vehicles. Here's another 800 series number, 825. Oh, here's a Panzer I Flamme, which they used them in North Africa. They made a handful of them. I forget exactly how many of them. I want to say 14. Okay, well, I don't want to use a big number because I end up having to go over that vision slot, and that's really, really big. I don't mind putting an R on it, assuming I have an R of the right size. I'd rather not paint one. I need a really, 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 really small palm tree. I think these are all going to be too big. Yeah. I think that one might work. So those numbers aren't hollow. These are too big. guess this one didn't come with any decals, so I would have come across them. Not that I necessarily have to use the decals that come with each individual vehicle with it. What decals does that come with? They certainly kept the instructions for the Figure one. I've tried to keep them all. Oh. Lumbar. Wake Scout car. Comes a 4D. I don't see them readily. Let's go to scale mates. Let's go to scale mates. I'm just wondering what they suggested on there. Not that it necessarily is something that I'm going to go with. Scale mates. Okay, and we're going to go ESCI Panzer 1. Here it is. Download. Just once. Okay, here's the instructions. And this is the decal set that they come with. Down there at the bottom. It doesn't look familiar. It's got a 133 and a 110. Okay, well, it's none of those. No. Nope. 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 Damn it, they should have given me an R. That would have been fine there. Nope. I have an R here, but it's too big and it's a friggin' petting house. Bunch of assholes. Nope. Nope. No small R. Nope. No. 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 Hanomag. Nope. Here's the instructions that came with the Panzer II. Yeah, look at all the freaking vehicles you could make. The problem is all these with the yellow numbers on them ended up being orange. It's a shame. I like yellow numbers on the vehicle. They look nice. Okay. Well, it's not this one. You know, there's R's in here. I can just cut the R off there, put the R on the turret. That's not a bad idea. That's actually not a bad idea. It ends up being a red and white one. That's not bad. That should fit on there just fine. I'm not going to make a panther with a freaking R02 on it. Okay, that's a viable option. That's a really viable option. Yeah, even if I wanted to use these petting house ones, they're too big. This one's smaller. And these, you'd have to put them together. Oh my gosh, what a pain in the butt that would be. Put the palms together in 2 pieces. And they're all on one decal sheet. Wow. I'd rather go to work than do that. Here's a sign you don't want to do something. I'd rather be at work. Nope. Also, nope. Here's another R. That's not a bad option. German reconnaissance set. Nope. Nope. The Fujimi decals look like they're really thick, but they're not. They actually sit on there pretty well. Okay, I think that's what my options are. All right, so we're going to use the R symbol. Let me cut this one. Let's see if the black and white one's an option. It's too big. Now let's cut this red and white R. We only got one of these. Let's not take any chances. Just wish it wasn't red. Only because I didn't see any pictures with them in red. this and this. We have these two R's. Okay. Now, a German cross is going to go there for sure. Let's see if this Africa Corps symbol fits in there. Dude. It's too big. It's too forking big there. Could fit there. Not really a place to put it on this side. All right, so we're going to drop that in there as well. Okay. We need a German cross. Preferably one that is small. Yeah. Oh, here's a symbol for the 15th Panzer Division. Okay. It's a turret. Oh. I'm going to grab one of these. We've got a multitude of these things. Okay. Shit, we need a tiny little amount. That Panzer Division marking there. Okay. Let's close this up before we have a disaster. Mr. Jacques Welcome back. Well, we've made it onto your continent, Africa. Obviously, the opposite end where you're at. We have an A13, ready for Africa, and we have a Panzer 1 that we're working on. All right. So while this stuff is drying, let's take another alligator clip. We've already painted the the vehicle, but not the tracks. So we're gonna come in here with a dark sand and do the tracks. We're gonna dry brush the tracks there. Love the early war stuff. Me too. I like 1941. I don't like stuff before 1941, but 41's a good year for vehicles. The earliest vehicles I like to do is Africa Corps, because Africa Corps landed around March of 41, so anything before that I'm just not interested in. Okay. No, that is not a place to put water. This is coffee. All right. Micro set. Okay, and the R on the turret. We have some here, and we have some here. Unfortunately, the decal's out of register a little bit. Shit happens, and sometimes that shit happens to you. It's not too bad. What else do we have here? The crooked spider. The crooked spider palm tree. Oh. Wow, I did something left-handed. It was a first time for everything. Uh-oh. This R shifted. No, no bother. all the decals are on one side. There's none on this side, but to warn you, there's a crooked spider on here. Oh, that R is just, we need to delete that picture. That's bad. All right. Here we go. Let's take one from over here. Here, we'll cover over the little crooked spider so people don't freak out. I think it looks pretty good. I think it looks real good. And it's going to be on the same color base that the A13's on. So this is what I'm going to make my Africa Corps vehicles look like. They're going to be gray, and they're going to have a dusting of some desert colors. How's Humber doing over here? She's had better days. Hard to see it. The crooked spider I didn't show it. I don't want to get in any trouble. But you can't hide stuff like that. You got to remember those Nazi bastards existed. Or it'll happen again. What color did we decide it was? The skeleton bone is what we're using. Let's go over the skeleton bone with it. I even printed up some flags to put on the tops of some vehicles that have the crooked spider on them. I made them myself, but I'm not going to show them online. Doesn't bother me any, you know. And they're not going to have them on any vehicle, but you know, those air recognition flags. They look good from a standpoint of contrast of color, you know. All right, so we're going to go over with this skeleton bone here. So this is what we would call Portland stone. This is the Portland stone equivalent color. And this is going to be an objective. Or, you know, scatter terrain. Go hide behind the Humber. It's better than getting caught out in the open. I believe it's a Matchbox or a Hasegawa. I don't really know which one it is. Oh, they both make one, right? It might be a Matchbox one. It doesn't say Matchbox on it. Hasegawa also makes the Daimler with the 2-pounder in it. This is the other color that the British vehicles in the desert were painted. I like them both. I don't really have a preference one versus the other. How's this going to look like on the stand? Yeah, it'll stand out nicely. Let's paint the just paint the muffler. We're going to leave that for gas, although I could paint white across and it could be water. All that orange spilled, and I bet none of it's alive. Oh, there's a chance. There is. Oh, excellent. There is. Hallelujah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not there yet, not there yet. More black first. They both did, so I guess the only way to tell would be the scale comparison. Yeah, I don't know. I bought it from somebody already built like that, and I couldn't make the turret turn. And I really went in there and tried carving it up. And it's a beautiful vehicle. I'm a big fan of them. But there's no way to make that happen, so a wreck it is. As you guys across the pond say, it's a wrecky vehicle. Literally. You guys say Reese. I think Reese is, I just call it reconnaissance. Both of them sound very strange to me. Okay, that's rusty. What else is rusty? On the SU set, this part right here. The exhaust. What else do we have flying over here? This guy. I don't think anything is on that vehicle. We already did the Chiha. No, not the Chiha, the Hago. Getting ahead of myself. I haven't even bought a Chiha and I'm already talking about it. Easy there. Down boy. Get some black in here. A little bit of the shovel. Get a tiny little bit of the beige brown, which I think is this one. Yep. Man, this little thing is cute. It looks a lot better painted than unpainted. Now, this one has some details here. Well, painting one Africa Corps vehicle left me wanting to paint more Africa Corps vehicles. Typical. Typical. Yeah, and just to do a comparison on what they look like versus a Panzer Gray vehicle. Definitely yellower. So Panzer One have on the headlights, are they enclosed or? Okay. We need some metallic up here. I prefer to not have this stuff dry brushed with weathered after I do it, otherwise it detracts from it standing out. Okay, there's that. All right, now this thing's pretty much done. The Panzer One's pretty much done. Let's go over and let's get a little bit of black if we still have some here, which we do. Let's paint some of these nearly invisible. details on here. A lot of shovels on this thing. It's very, very thin. Very, very thin details. I think I'll be on my way. There's a stream later beyond. I don't think, well, who knows? Who knows what will happen tonight? Thanks for stopping by, man. I appreciate it. Have a good day. May you accomplish everything you want to accomplish today, or don't do anything. It's a weekend. It's a weekend. Hopefully you get to do whatever you want to do. Super thin details on this thing. Super, super thin. Not much of details, actually. Scarce. Sparse. Actually, it's got details. They're just not very deep. Almost like a vacuum form kit or something like that. This thing's pretty much ready to go too. Well, we gotta give it some markings. That would be uncivilized. Make a tank with no markings. Okay, well, it's almost noon. Jeez, a long session today. That's good. We got a lot of things accomplished. But thanks for stopping by, folks, and we will catch you guys on the next one.